The warmth of a home, the embrace of family, the comfort of routine. As investigators, such luxuries are fleeting, if they ever existed at all. Even within our own homes, magic stirs and monsters wait, hidden behind the veil that the untrained eye cannot see. For them, peace and safety are expected, but for us, they are only shattered illusions, forgotten dreams that we wish we could return to, for once we have seen the truth of what lurks in the dark, there is no turning back. The Circle of the Ouroboros, Assignment 623, Good Bones. Hello, everyone. Welcome to tonight's episode of Candela Obscura with the Circle of the Ouroboros. We begin tonight just outside of the Grand Halen Hospital. A soft light illuminates the streets, all but one dark room. Zooming in through the hospital's heavy glass doors, we see a lobby whose silence is only broken by the sound of the occasional cough and sniffle. A few nurses turn to see two people entering. The first walks in, checking their pocket watch while the other clutches onto a small notepad. You can see their hands straining, holding onto this notepad like a lifeline. The two approach the front desk. They remove their heavy coats and reveal pins on their lapels that mark that they are investigators for the Office of Unexplained Phenomena, the OUP. The older OUP officer looks to the receptionist at the front desk.
Good evening. I'm Officer Caldwell. This is Officer Shin. We're here with the Periphery. We were called about a recent strange occurrence. Can you, take us to where this happened?
And while Caldwell talks, you see Shin looks over to a group of nurses that face both of them with the emotions that he's trying to hide, terror. He grips his notepad tighter, crinkling the pages. But they are then led to room 104. As the receptionist turns and says, "All we heard was screams on the other side. Nobody made it out." After a glance, Shin's trembling hands walk to the door as Caldwell opens it. A surprisingly heavy door. The light from the hallway spills into the darkness, reflecting off of glass, metal, and the retinas of dead bodies on the floor. Blood is everywhere. Shin takes a step back before looking green in the face. I need to go to the bathroom. As he runs off, Caldwell pauses for a moment and then walks inside, closing the door behind her. She finds 4 dead bodies on the cold, bloody floor, and one man still breathing, lying on a hospital bed, with glistening blood trickling from a bullet hole in his lower abdomen. Each body has small bullet-like puncture wounds, but as she carefully searches for a weapon, quiet snap breaks the silence. She swings her flashlight around, but finds nothing out of place. She finally begins to approach that bed, that hospital bed, slowly, and finds not a gun, but a small broken scalpel and a single silver chain dangling from the man's left hand. She reaches for that chain, and then there's another snap. She begins to breathe quicker. It wasn't her imagination, something else is in here. And as she spins around, searching for wherever the sound came from, the sound finds her first. As a small spear pierces through her. She looks down to find it is coated with her blood, as another one pierces through her hand, destroying the flashlight. She is in the dark, alone, and defenseless. We zoom out of room 104's door as we hear screams in terror. And just outside, we see Officer Shin with his hands over his ears, crying as he listens to Officer Caldwell's pleas for help continue to go unanswered until they finally stop. Now, we go to a different place and a different time as we follow up with the Circle of the Ouroboros since their last assignment. Aemmaline, you have finished the assignment with your first assignment with Candela. What have you been doing since getting your next call?
Did you just go throw me immediately under the bus like that? Okay.
Yep.
You're a dick. How long has it been?
Until the next assignment that you get, it would probably be couple weeks.
Okay.
Yeah. So whenever this happens is up to you.
Okay. Then like the following morning, she's been avoiding basically anyone she cares about. And she's in her tiny little apartment above the jewelry shop. It's dusty and unkempt. Considering that she's got a little bit of money, it's very poorly decorated. There are just basic furniture. The most prominent thing in the room is this large, beat to shreds punching bag. And basically, since she's returned from assignment, she's been beating the shit out of it. Completely alone and just assaulting it, occasionally pausing to adjust the tape on her hands, and then getting lost in thought. The tape will shift and she just punches until her knuckles are bleeding, until eventually she collapses onto the ground, borderline like sort of hugging herself, and just sits there processing, alone, and then slowly over time starts to cry.
As you're training in this moment, is there any thoughts or anything that Aemmaline is expressing through this moment of vulnerability?
Confusion. She's not sure she's never had to hurt. It's different to train than it is to actually cause harm. So she hasn't had to physically process what it's like to hurt people. And she's confused about her position in this weird group of people she's ended up with. She's confused about where she is in her relationship with personal people who she cares about. She's just confused.
Okay. We move on to another member of this circle. Courtney, what have you been doing during these few weeks?
He's gonna do what he's always done after a traumatic and less than ideal situation. He is going to go and pretend like everything is just fine. He's going to go home. He is going to roll cigarettes in the morning. He is going to go for groceries. He is going to go on his regular jog. He's going to be looking over his shoulder from time to time with trepidation, seeing things that aren't there. He's going to look at his hands that are shaking every morning after he wakes up from a nightmare. He is going to be heading out to the sort of legion-like structures of the veterans that exist within New Fair, and he's going to, tell them stories of how his week went, that, the apples down at the market weren't fresh, and that he was a little bit disappointed with the local production of whatever play happens to be in rotation. He is going to act like everything is normal while internalizing and falling apart on the inside.
That's supposed to be dramatic. I do that every week.
I was going for something real. Sorry. I was going for something a little real. That is what Courtney is doing. He's internalizing all of the torment, but also trying to heal from the fact that he has been rather beat up from the incident. He's tending the wounds that he's got, and he's really trying to make sense of the fact that brushing against that other side again has left its mark, and he's looking for any way to drop that cold bleed.
Okay. We'll move on to the next person that we want to focus on, which is Serafine. What has Serafine been doing?
Well, I have been studying, working, doing what I always do. And trying not to flip a shit, basically. She's very much unsettled by the new formation of the Circle of Ouroboros. None of it has panned out the way she was expecting. She knew Magnus would be part of the circle. She had heard of Everette. She had heard of Bartholomew, but the addition of Aemmaline and Courtney was news to her that she did not want to get, as she has history with them both. She probably has been mostly shut in, or if she goes out, it's at night, and it's keeping her ear to the ground as to what the other factions are doing in New Fair.
Okay. We will move into focus on Everette. What has Everette been doing during these weeks? Is there anything that specific?
He's been trying to move all of his belongings properly into the home, but still, of course, having to do lectures and everything like that, and just trying to take care of affairs and everything, moving all of the belongings from the apartment to the home that still creaks weirdly in the night, and keep looking at all the books and I can't figure out how to talk to ghosts or whatever. So that's difficult. But doing that and writing letters, the more I get settled in, I'm trying to like format a letter to my father, but throwing out multiple copies and just sitting in a home full of sheet-covered furniture that I haven't touched since I moved it. Just staring vaguely off in the distance.
Yeah. As you're writing one of the drafts of a letter, you hear a knock at the door.
I get up. People don't come to this house. This is the weird house. I will set my quill down and approach the door.
As you look outside, you find that the periphery is here. But that conversation will happen later. Bartholomew. What is Bartholomew doing at this point?
Bartholomew has been tracking down, still thinking about that night many years ago and what led to it. He has been tracking down the person or persons who sold his partner the faulty ingredients that made the whole incident start. So currently, he is probably about a block away, following a person he is about to meet up for some information on the street.
Okay. Are you trying to tail this person secretly, or are you following this person, they know you're following, and you are going to a hidden location?
The second one.
The second one.
Yeah. We are both going to the same place to meet up.
Okay.
Even if it's like a dark alley.
So, you follow this person down a dark alley. It's at the around maybe 7 or so in the evening, and the sun has started to go down, so it's rather dark. There's no lamps down this alleyway, no electricity, so it's a perfect place for confidential conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And as you turn down the alleyway, you find that this person is leaning against the wall. So, you here to buy?
You know why I'm here. I just need the name. You can't just lead me on like this. Just let me know who you got it from, and I'll be on my way.
All right. I didn't get it from a bad distributor. They had a good name to them. But what I'm saying,
Go on.
is did you come here to buy information? Because what I can do, I can go talk to that distributor, and I can get more information about where they got it.
But how much will it cost me?
How much are you willing to pay?
Everything I got.
We'll settle for 20 bills for now. I'll get results within the week.
Deal.
As this transaction is made, we move on to the next person. The final person, Magnus. What is Magnus doing during these few weeks?
I think Magnus is a creature of habit and routine. And even though Granny's gone, he has built up a new routine. So he wakes up, makes a cuppa, breaks out of the McRae household, goes to visit Granny's grave, probably cleans it up a little bit, puts a flower down, talks for a little while, maybe goes, walk about a little bit, just kind of checking out the neighborhood, maybe grab something to eat, breaks back into the McRae estate, often making the noises that are driving Everette a little batty, probably late at night, as he's sneaking around in a hidden section of the home that Everett's probably not fully aware exists. But yeah, that's his 9 to 5 usually. He's back, then another cuppa. Tries to clean up after Everette in a way that Everette won't realize, keeps things dusted, kind of keeps all of the little machines and projects that Granny was working on and cultivating and cleaning and all that stuff, making sure that everything that she touched is kept the way that she would like it.
Incredible. So, as you doing that weird, at one of those points where you are staying in the McRae estate, you hear a knock at the front door. Then you hear the scooting of one of the wooden chairs. And then you hear the footfalls of Everette walking to the front door. And then you hear the door open. Do you want to eavesdrop into this conversation?
I think it's incredibly hard for Magnus to resist, especially considering it is true, nobody comes to this household. It is creepy, and there is a hint of maybe people have come here for less than cool reasons. I should check on the kid. So I probably, at least in the beginning, that is what I tell myself as I get in position to kind of overhear this conversation.
Amazing. Can you do a hide roll for me, please?
Yeah. Gilded. It's 6. So it's a 6 and a 4. And I'll take I think I'm going to take that gilded.
Which is the 4 or the 6?
Which is the 6. The 6 is gilded.
Oh, perfect.
So
That's great. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Best roll you could have gotten with that then. All right. So you hear the door open and you immediately go to the window that looks just above it. You open it slightly so that the sound can come inside more clear. And you hear a pair of periphery officers. As you look over, you see those are indeed periphery officers. They're in their uniforms, and one of them has a notepad out while the other one seems to be in front of the door looking to Everette. And we return to this conversation. Hi.
Good afternoon, officers. To what do I owe the pleasure?
You're Everette McRae, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's not a great way to say this, but your fiancé?
Yes.
She's gone missing.
Pardon?
She's gone missing.
No, she's on a trip with the museum. They were going across the water. She boarded the boat a month and a half ago at this point.
I understand that may have been what she told you.
What do you
But
mean?
she never got on that boat. Isabella is missing.
But she left that
I know
morning.
I know that you might need some time to process that. We are here to tell you that we are going to be performing a full investigation, and hopefully we can find her. But with the fact that she's been gone for so long, I just want to set proper expectations that things like this don't typically end with good results.
In what set? In what way do you potentially
Yes.
mean? In what
The
sense?
other periphery officer kind of cuts you off, says, "We don't think that we are going to find Isabella." Meaning that she may be
she's
dead.
really difficult to find. No, why would
Yes.
anyone want to?
That is what we aim to find in our investigation. We may be coming back here to gather a story, your information when the last time you've seen her, but I want you to process this. We are still very new in this investigation. It just started as the ship just came back and
Right, I
she wasn't there.
was expecting her back today, so that's all right. Right.
Take whatever time you
Right.
need. We will be here 3 days.
3 days. All right. All right.
Okay. Thank you for your time. And I'm sorry for, well, your loss if it comes to that.
I'm sure she's just maybe she got on the wrong boat, right? That happens. That's the way that, right?
Yes.
That's
yes.
how it works. Right.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Your names? Sorry.
Yes. Of course, because we have names.
If I'm just, I mean, we can reintroduce in 3 days. That's fine.
Yes. I will reintroduce myself in 3 days.
Great.
No,
lovely.
3 days time, I'll have a name.
3 business days to be precise.
Just call him Daddy.
Alan
It's
and
Friday.
Sarah. Alan and Sarah. Alan is the one that you spoke to, and then Sarah was the one that had butted in. A different Sarah, different spelling of Sarah. But
thank you for your time.
yeah. And they just
Good day.
walk.
I just slowly close the door behind them, relock all the locks on it, and then just like back against the door and just slide down it to the floor.
I think around this time you'd hear another knock on the front door.
Incredible.
I jump up. I open the door.
You're gonna find Magnus slightly out of breath, like maybe he just like hurled himself out of like a second-story window, and like maybe a little ruffled. I was just going. I was walking down the street. I thought I'd come in and say hello. Maybe you could have a cup of tea, cuppa.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, of course. Great.
Is everything all right then?
Yeah, everything's perfect. Nothing's bad or anything like that. Why would it be bad? Why would you ask that? The tea you wanted to have?
Oh no,
some
yeah,
of it.
Yes, I think we could both use a cuppa.
Sure. Yes. It's right this way.
like kind of passing it. I'm gonna like circumvent Everette and actually get to the teapot and everything first, so I can make it my way. And then I'll make 2 cups. You know, it's a big house all by itself. I heard tell you had like a lady friend, but she's away. I just wanted to make sure everything was, you're cooking okay by yourself.
Did she tell you that?
Who
My grandmother.
Yes, Edith did. Yes.
Hmm.
We were friends for a long time.
Right.
Worked together for a long time.
Right. Yeah. Yes. It is. She. My fiance. Was due to arrive today.
Oh, is she on her way then?
Would appear not.
Oh. I'm kind of like going to put the cup down. Is everything all right?
I'm sure it is. But she just might. Difficult to convey a new address when we have moved while she was away. Right? That's probably what it is. That has to be what it is.
I mean,
she will be here shortly, I'm sure. It's nothing to. We have more important things to probably concern ourselves with than that matter.
There's nothing more important in the world in this moment, my friend. I'm gonna if you're worried, we can talk about it. Consider this ear open.
I don't know what more there is to say aside from that I miss my fiance.
Well.
And I am concerned that she's not here at this particular moment in time. But I'm sure she will show up when she wishes to. She's very headstrong.
Fiancés often are, there's, just like Magnus knows something else is going on, but can't, there's too much writing. It's like, if there's anything I can do, if you need, maybe help finding her tomorrow or tonight.
She will. It is being worked on by other. I am not doubting your skills as a person finder. I just think that it might be alarming. She does not know who you are. You, no offense, are a bit of an intimidating man to just appear out of the ether. I'm
very charming.
Right, yes. Charmed by you constantly all the time. I'm a big old
teddy bear over here, yeah.
Yes. Quite. That thing you said.
That being said, if you need help or just somebody to talk to, I'm around. You just seem a little nervous, so it's just, I'm a friend.
Yes, a friend I know very little about.
Well, we could change that if you like.
I suppose we could.
Only if you want. I'm not gonna talk your ear off if you don't want it. Do that to Aemmaline enough,
I've heard, so potentially, maybe. I have letters I must finish tonight, but tea for now is a place to start, I suppose, because everything after tonight, everything will be all right? It will all be resolved to the periphery won't. Regardless,
you say periphery? What was that? You said periphery?
Just like I was talking about my peripheral vision.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Words have double meaning sometimes.
Sorry, I've got a bit of a madness is probably a bad word for it, but I keep
you do got a bit of manic energy right now.
I have been hearing a lot of bumps and cracks in the night, and I get very alarmed, and I keep thinking I see something off in the shadows kind of moving, and I don't really know if it's the wind or a breeze or if I've left a curtain open or if there's, one of those whatever things that we hunt or whatnot. Are they loose in here?
No, this house just has a bunch of old cracks and creaks and stuff. Usually happen around 7 p.m. You know.
Right. Why runs? See, okay. So from the books that I've read that I've borrowed from Serafine, it doesn't seem like 7 p.m. doesn't seem like a super like the time.
Oh, incredible paranormal time here.
7 p.m.
Yeah, 7 p.m. And then
I also get it like around
like 3 a.m.
Yes.
Around the bathroom. Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
And that's
it's incredibly paranormal. Yeah.
So it's incredibly paranormal, specifically located around the bathroom at 3 a.m.
Sometimes, not every night.
Fascinating.
Yeah. No, you know, it's perfectly normal. It happens in every household. I don't know if you've been in one of these big houses like this.
I was assuming that one was not a paranormal thing, and that was just pipes creaking in the middle of the night. But
you know what? It could be that too. It could be that. Yeah.
It is very interesting to hear that there might be some other ghosts haunting pipes, sewage. We didn't encounter them when we were in the sewers last time.
All sorts of ghosts.
Fascinating.
Take up my tea and just kind of like...
Incredible. All right. So, as this conversation fades out, we fade back in with Everette preparing the McRae estate for everyone to arrive as they have been called for another investigation. Is there anything that Everette would do to prepare his manor?
Once again, I am setting out tea and biscuits and stuff, and like little, like, you know, a little charcuterie board. Once again, realizing that I forgot to put knives out, so they're just not on the table again. But just setting up food and just kind of anxiously pacing. I've tried to put move a lot of the covered furniture out of like the main area that people would see them and ask me about them. But that's most of it. And then I'm just anxiously pacing for anyone to show up.
Right. So, is there any other moments that happen before we continue to the call? I want to give everybody some downtime scenes if they'd like, but if not, we're going to move into the call.
Let me find Serafina just for at least a scene.
Incredible.
Where would Serafina be about midday, 1 p.m.?
Other than sleeping, probably.
Sleeping's fine. I'll knock on the door.
Oh, so you find out where she lives now? Okay.
Yeah,
I was gonna say.
Or not? No, that makes perfect.
No, you know, you could probably get that from oh my gosh, what is our guy's name?
Quentin.
Oh no, Quentin. Yes, Quentin, I was gonna say Quincy. Because that's what I call him. Yeah, Quentin probably would share that with you because he knows who you are.
Yeah, you guys know each other. Yeah, here.
Yeah,
if you need to send her a letter or something, just send it here.
Mm-hmm.
So you show up at her place and knock on the door. It's 1 p.m.
Yeah, 1 p.m. Knock on the door. Totally abrupt. Courtney's sweating. He looks a little nervous.
You hear ruffling behind the door, rustling. You hear something fall over, probably like furniture, and cursing in Spanish, probably. Just, and you hear muffled from the other side of the door. Hold on, 1 minute. You hear clattering and things and opening the door, all frazzled looking and clearly was asleep, in a robe. She goes to close the door as soon as she sees you.
He just shoves a foot into the door jamb.
How did you find my home?
I'm a super sleuth. You know I'm one of the most deductive and intelligent men you've ever met in your entire life. I asked Quincy gave it to you, didn't he? I asked Quincy really nicely. I said I was going to send you a letter.
She'll open the door again reluctantly. She's like pulling the rope closed more now that she realizes you're not a delivery person.
Yeah. We should have a chat, eh?
All right. Do you want to do it here? Do you want to go for a walk? Do you want to, I don't know, let me jump off a bridge first? A little early for this, don't you think? Totally
no.
Disregarding the time on the clock on the wall.
Absolutely. I don't know. I don't think so, actually. First of all, nice place. I'm glad that you found something cozy for yourself. That's good.
It's a mess and there's art all over the walls.
Yep.
Yes, well.
He just looks down at his hands. He's trying to look anywhere but at Sarah, and then he just, where did you go?
Here, actually.
You've just been here the whole time?
Yes. She opens, she'll step aside so you can step inside.
All right. Takes a step. He will sort of awkwardly settle his back against, just adjacent to the door frame, and so this is what you were doing. This was work?
I mean, the research was not a lie. I just didn't tell you what kind.
And so it was all of this?
I've been Candela for far longer than I have known you.
Okay. Then why hide it? I guess is the real question. I'm not incapable. I'm not fragile. You know me. I could have helped. This could have been an us thing. It could have, and now here I am anyway.
Yes, this is exactly what I was trying to prevent. Because this life is a short one. One I did not want for you.
You have to know. I'd rather have a short life with you instead of a long life in the gray.
Yes. Normal people want all sorts of things that are bad for them.
Normal people.
Courtney, you had no knowledge of the supernatural before this, and you know the rules of Candela.
I haven't been entirely honest either. I had brushed the other side before all of this, before us.
Before us?
That's where the tremors come from. That's why the fog is there.
Your memories.
Yeah.
This is... How did I not pick up on this before? That is the question.
Because I didn't want you to. Because I was trying to keep you out of it all. I don't know what we're going to be from now on, but it's good to see you again. And if we're going to work together, I can't have you trying to run off and save me from all of this. We're already in it. I think we kind of have to deal with that, right?
Yes, well, technically there is a way to hit the reset button and make you forget. But I don't think that would be good for you. And admittedly, now that you're here, it's good to see you too.
Yeah, it is. Good to see you. We should, he's like awkward. He doesn't know. He wants to pick up back where they were. He wants to, you can see like on his face, his hands are like moving in sort of strange, awkward way. Can coffee?
Coffee sounds good.
Okay.
We'll have to go to your place though. There's no food here.
Let's, you have no food here?
No.
All right. Yeah. I'll slice up an apple.
She points to like a wine bottle on the table.
Oh, incredible. Oh.
She clearly cannot take care of herself without you.
Oh, goodness. Okay. All right. You know what? Hey, you go get changed. Get all whatever. We'll grab a cup of coffee and let's at least let's hit the reset button on us a little, hey?
Reset. I suppose. No more keeping secrets. Well, the secrets that I was keeping before anyway.
I don't need to read your notebooks, and I don't need to know all of the dark and terrible things your like gestures around to all the books.
You don't speak the languages that I write in anyway, so you could read them all you want.
I barely speak English, you know that.
I know, and she'll pat you on the shoulder before she goes into the other room to get changed. Incredible. She'll get changed and grab you like by the hand so you can go back to where she used to live at your house and to have coffee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Coffee
is had, whether that's the real coffee or not.
Coffee. A little hot coffee.
Is there any other
little cup of coffee?
A little cup of coffee.
Anything else that we want to do before moving on?
I have a thing, because I did not get the memo that we were describing several weeks worth of time, because I went first. For full clarification, no one has heard from Aemmaline. She shut everyone out and has been alone above the jewelry shop. The shop hasn't opened. Occasionally food is delivered. But otherwise, she has just been alone.
Okay.
Super healthy. Probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Like all positive.
Everything
super
is
positive.
fine.
Super positive. She's handling everything so well, guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, when nobody does that when, they're traumatized. They only do it when they're healthy. That's
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think about it.
Right. All right. So, everyone gathers at the McRae estate. You are all brought to the table in which Quentin sits each of you down. He says, all right, we have an interesting request. Usually there's a lot of red tape when the OUP is requesting our help. But in this case, it was just a direct call from one of their officers. I didn't get much information other than they were seeming to be terrified. So, outside of that, I know that this person is going to meet you at the Grand Halen Hospital. There's apparently some sort of something in one of the rooms, but nobody knows what it is, and the doors have been locked since somebody went in, the officer's partner, and didn't come out. So keep your wits about you and don't do anything stupid.
So, does the triumvirate know what is going on, or is the OUP flying under the radar with this one?
I think if I'm understanding this correctly, this dynamic, this officer doesn't want to get on the shit list of the periphery for not doing their job and having their partner die. That's my guess. So
we're cleaning up after
us.
the OUP again.
Exactly.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Maybe we should change the name of Candela Obscura. OUP cleanup crew.
Change the name all we
Obscura.
want. Our main goal will always be the same: to clean up whatever mess there is.
Yes, yes.
Hey, Quinn, do we know if we are the only people, the first call, the only call, or the last on the list?
I think we're the first, but I didn't ask.
Could
We
be
speak to
companies,
him?
all I'm saying.
Say it again, Bart.
Is he amenable to us speaking to him?
Yeah, he's at the Grand Halen Hospital right now, so I figured that'd be your first stop.
He's at the hospital it happened at?
Right.
Okay.
When did this happen? Is it like right now?
He was saying a couple hours ago. Well, at the time that he called, it was pretty recent, but, after calling all of you here. So yes, a couple hours ago.
Well, we better get going while the evidence is fresh, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Well, finish your teas, get ready, and bring whatever you need. And then just let me know whatever you find. All right.
Of course. Yeah.
Good luck. And don't do anything stupid.
Us, never.
No promises.
Famous last words.
I'll take that bet.
So, you all begin your travel to the Grand Halen Hotel. Nope. Hospital.
I mean, the hospital
Grand
could be
California
like a
Hotel.
Hotel, yeah.
You stay there. It's fine. You go
Got a
to the
hotel
Grand Halen
attached.
Hospital. Yeah, it's just
Combination hospital hotel.
Yep.
With the combination hospital hotel.
it's
Like
for
the Long
all
John
the
Silver's
patients'
with the Taco
families. They can live in the hotel. So
Combination hospital hotel Long John Silver's.
To be
High quality
godly.
hotel.
How about how blessed there, I
Paul.
heard.
Incredible. So
Well,
you arrive at the Grand Halen Hospital. And at the front desk, you see a young OUP officer who is staring off at nothing with glazed over eyes. He is clutching onto his notepad in his left hand while mindlessly fiddling with his OUP pin with his right. And when he sees you, he snaps out of this stupor and approaches each of you, nervously saying, Hi, I'm Officer Shin with the OUP. I noticed some of your pins. You're with Candela, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I don't know what's going on. We closed the door. Nothing got out, but my partner went in and I just heard screaming. I need help. I need to get to the bottom of this because if we don't solve this before sunrise, I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble.
Why were you sent here in the first place?
The hospital had called the periphery. They said that they were performing surgery on somebody because they were shot, and when they started the surgery, everybody out here just heard screams. Somebody apparently went in to check on them, and then they didn't come out either. So that was when they called us. Well, the periphery, and then the periphery sent us. But that doesn't matter.
And your name is?
Officer Shin.
She'll shake his hand. And your
Okay.
partner's name?
Officer Caldwell. Yeah, she was. Yeah.
And are they still screaming, or has it stopped?
No, it stopped a while ago, but I can still hear.
Why did your partner go in the room alone?
She has a lot of investigations under her belt, and I don't know, maybe she was too confident, or I couldn't go in.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
Wouldn't. I just saw blood. I saw dead bodies, and then I just froze. I felt sick to my stomach. I ran, and then I came back, and by that time, that was when she was screaming.
This guy, he's talking about running away once it all went down. I'm gonna be reading him up and down. Is he hiding anything? Can I make a read roll?
Yeah, go ahead and do a read roll. Yeah.
Absolutely. That is a 6 and a 4.
6 and a 4. Incredible. One of the main things that you find here is this guy is nervous, but what you also see is his uniform seems fresh. It seems like this guy is real new to the OUP. This might even be his first assignment. So, when he says that he froze up, when he says that he ran because he saw dead bodies, this is probably his first time seeing that. So yeah, that probably checks out.
This your first assignment?
Yeah. Is that obvious?
You don't even got any dust on your shoes.
I was partnered up with Officer Caldwell because she had so many assignments under her belt. I didn't know what to do. I freaked out. She's dead.
I'm going to very gently put a hand on his shoulder and say, I know this is bad, but everybody is new at some point, so don't blame yourself. And I want to sense if there is anything lingering on this man.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and do a sense roll.
I can't see the screen. Sorry. That's a 3. It's a failure.
On my screen, it's a 5 and a 1.
What? Oh, I was scrolled way up. Oh my god. Yep.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, I was like, what the fuck? How did we get 2 different results?
My gilded die was the 5 also, so I don't know if that means anything extra.
So you get a drive point back for intuition.
Sweet.
You don't sense anything on him, which then further corroborates the story that Courtney comes up with, which he probably just didn't go in at all. So
nothing
whatever's in
touched
there,
him, nothing influenced him to leave.
it
He left
doesn't
of his
seem
own
that way.
accord.
No, there's no
Okay.
like residue of bleed or anything like that or magic here. It just seems
Okay.
like he was just terrified.
Okay, well, I hope you're ready to go look at this room again, unless you plan to stand outside while we investigate.
I'm gonna roll. Let's see what he says.
While you're rolling, do you want to avenge your partner, do you not?
Yeah. Okay. It's funny. She told me when shit hits the fan and you don't want to get in trouble for it, Candela is the one to call.
That is what
So-
we are here for, but you're going to have to learn at some point, right? Consider this
Suppose.
training.
Do we know the partner's name? Did I miss that?
Officer
Officer
Caldwell.
Caldwell.
Yeah.
Does that ring any bells with any of us that maybe have been with Candela for a while?
Yeah. It's a good question.
Go ahead. Everybody,
Mhm.
everybody roll a d6 that have been in Candela for a good amount of time. So that would be Serafine, that'd be Magnus. Bart, you could as well. You know, you've been like around.
I got a 5.
Okay. Magnus.
I got a 2.
Okay. Serafina, you had worked with Caldwell before. I would say that you know the name. You can't remember what assignment it was.
I've done many assignments, so
You
easy to forget.
definitely remember the face though. Like it was a hardened face that was covered in wrinkles that just showed her experience in this world.
Is the
Yeah.
OUP like detectives and we're like the FBI?
So it's more like you guys are vigilantes and the OUP is the police force of
Okay.
investigating. So
Got
the OUP is like Candela if it were in the government.
Got it.
Yeah.
Like the Men in Black.
Cool.
Right,
I
yeah,
wanted
like
to
the
say
Men in
that,
Black.
but I
yeah,
didn't want to
but
say that.
imagine
Yeah,
like
yeah.
super underfunded and you
Yeah.
have
Right.
the OUP.
Yeah.
It says it in the book that they're underfunded and underappreciated.
Oh yeah, because nobody
they're
believes
the
in them.
X-Files, right?
They're-
Right,
yeah,
the
it's like the
X-Files. Yeah,
Oh.
pretty much.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so the OUP is X-Files and we're Men in Black, but we
Correct.
also don't have money.
We're like
Well,
I was gonna say we're like
Candela's-
the
We're kind of more like the hunters from Supernatural if they had a
Yeah, we're
bit
more
more
like-
organization.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
no
We have a
real.
car.
Got it.
Do we have a car?
You
Can we?
yeah, absolutely. I
Is
mean,
that on
like
my gear
depending on
sheet?
your guys'
Oh.
backgrounds and stuff like that,
Dude.
absolutely you could have a car.
That car's gonna go to heaven.
Jesus
My
Christ. Moving on.
Can I for flavor for the others conjure a little image of her, just a little illusion,
Ooh, you're trying to use magic.
so they
There
can
are-
see what
there
she
are
looks like.
consequences of magic. Go ahead and do a sense
can't do-
roll.
I can't do that just for flavor. Can't just flavor.
Every
Never
bit of
mind.
magic has it is a
Never
push and a
mind.
pull. All right.
Comes the price.
As you follow Officer Shin to room 104,
Is there
You
like
hear
a
just-
patient info sheet on the outside of the door?
there is not.
Hmm.
It is empty. which leads you to believe that it might be inside.
Probably.
You are outside of the door. And he walks up to it and says, listen, I'll go with you guys, but I'm training, right? So I'll be in the back, if that's okay.
And that is fine. Just don't puke on anything.
Is this hospital door? Does it have any does it have like a window to like peek through?
It does not. They also have HIPAA in here, so that's a intradimensional, intradimensional
HIPAA.
Multiversal HIPAA.
Multiversal HIPAA.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Can I look at this kid?
Yeah.
I'm guessing probably isn't much older. Probably not much older than I am, honestly.
Yeah. He's pretty young, but he's just a little older. Yeah.
And in a very deadpan tone, she's just gonna look and just go, "I'm in training too. I'm not in the back." And she's just gonna take a step forward.
Amazing. Okay. So you all, who is going to be opening this door?
Oh, I'll open it. Oh, Aemmaline can open it. Aemmaline can open it if she wants to.
As you say that, you have to follow through. You go to the door and you open it. The light from this hallway. First, you see that there is no one around you. Outside of down the hall, you see a group of nurses that are currently behind the wall corner and just looking to see what might be happening because they're curious. You open this door and inside you see blood and bodies scattered across the room. There's viscera that coats the walls, and on the far end of the room, lying on a hospital bed, you see an unmoving body of a middle-aged man. His blood-soaked clothes have been ripped and cleared, revealing a single bullet wound in his lower abdomen. And you see Everette, a clipboard hanging from the end of the bed with blood splatters over the pages. Not completely covering, so you may be able to gather some information. But that is what you see, and it is dark in here.
I pull out a bleed detector.
Yeah, absolutely. As you pull out a bleed detector, you get a mark directly where that bed is.
Bad.
Bad.
My scientific opinion says on the matter.
I mean, define bad.
I swing around the bleed detector.
You see it swing back towards the bed. There is definitely bleed there.
Does everybody have the same or similar wounds?
Ish. Oh, sorry. You're talking about the bodies. Yeah, go ahead and do a, I would say that would be probably survey. Or no, I would say focus. Focus would make sense.
Focus? Okay. Oh,
we just
6.
all kind of
incredible.
Scooby-Dooed in the doorway.
Yeah, just everybody.
Oh no, I'll go in. If the door's open, I'll dry heave a few times and then go in.
All right, you move on into the room. Looking at each of these bodies. Well, first of all, you find Officer Caldwell directly next to the hospital bed on one of the sides. You find what seems to be the surgeon on the other. Then you find nurses or other practitioners scattered. As you kneel down to look at the one that's closest to the door, you see that there is a bullet-sized wound about maybe not even an inch. No, yeah, about an inch thick, directly through the heart. And you see another one through the abdomen. And you find similar wounds on the other two that are closest to you. If you want to look at the other two, you're going to have to get closer to the hospital bed where the bleed is.
Everett's definitely going for the clipboard.
No.
Incredible.
No, I'm going to can I pull out like or ask anybody for some more light in this room before we do any more moving around?
If you'd like to have
the light switch on?
You try flipping the light switch, it doesn't work. And as you look up, you see that the lights have been cracked, or like they have been destroyed. There are pieces of, light bulb on the ground as well. You can, Officer Shin grabs a flashlight and pulls it out. And you get, the light that you see is just shaking in his hand as he's holding it. And then it zeroes in on Caldwell's body. And he just freezes.
I want to put a hand on his shoulder. One, to be reassure, but also to make sure he doesn't, skedaddle.
Yeah.
It's all right, son. Honestly, there was probably nothing you could have done. If you'd come in here, you might be on the ground yourself.
Okay. And then he finally moves.
Give me the flashlight. Hey.
Yeah, here. Yeah.
I'm going to keep my hand on him and kind of take a couple steps forward.
Sure.
Whatever you do, don't let that door close.
The light from the hallway continues to spill in, giving you just enough light in conjunction with this flashlight to see the details of this room. It is a grim sight. Everette, you said that you were going to go for the clipboard.
Yep.
Are you doing so stealthily, carefully?
No. I had no intention to, so I'm not. Until you asked that, and then I'm like, maybe I should, but...
Up to the edge of the bed, and you grab the clipboard, and at that moment you hear a snap.
Do we all hear it, or just Everette?
Yes. So,
yes,
if you all want to try and find where that came from, I will allow one person to helm this group check.
What would it be?
It would be a survey roll.
Pretty good at survey. I got 2.
I also have 2.
I also have
2.
I have 1 in survey.
So it sounds like Magnus or Aemmaline.
Magnus can.
So
Or
if somebody
Aemmaline.
else wants to do it, I can also do saw this coming when I can add an additional D6 to a circle
I'll do it.
roll.
Okay. All right.
And how I saw this coming, I figured, we're going to a creepy hospital. Stuff's going to be going on. I guess I'm already holding a flashlight. I was going to say that. Maybe that's how I'll reason it. I grabbed the flashlight.
Saw this coming.
Yeah, so I literally saw this coming, grabbed the flashlight from the greenhorn so I could zip to the source of the sound, hopefully giving whoever's inside the room a little bit better perspective, and I'll count that off. So you can add an extra D6 to that.
The extra D6 was very helpful because I rolled a 1, a 2, and then a 5.
Ooh, good. Okay. Aemmaline, as you're looking around for that snap, Magnus, you in conjunction move the light directly towards where the hospital bed is. That's where the sound came from. And you look at the top, but the light is just enough to catch the bottom where you see a figure moving. Everette, I would like you to do a move roll as you grab this clipboard and attempt to move away from whatever this is jumping out at you.
Yeah, so I don't have any points in a move, obviously.
Incredible.
Not what I'm good at. So I got a 3.
Great.
Can I
Perfect.
spend a drive to
Aid them?
use to help them out, help an ally?
Okay. How many did you roll, Everette?
Well, because when
Actually-
you don't have any points, you roll 2 and you take the lower because it's disadvantage.
Correct. Just go ahead and roll 1.
Okay. I got a 2.
Incredible. All right.
I rolled worse.
Courtney, you try to grab onto Everette, but before that happens, this thing jumps out, and nothing could have prepared you for what this thing looks like. It is just this amalgamation of different roots, this tentacle type looking creature that all stem from a small wooden toy, this wooden doll. It lurches onto the bed and then immediately pierces through the side of your gut, Everette. As you're pulling back with this clipboard, you're going to take a body mark from this.
Yep.
As you begin to stumble
Can I
back.
spend a drive to use behind me?
Absolutely, if you would like to do that, yeah.
Yeah, I will do it. That's what I'm built
Okay.
for.
Okay, so
Yeah, I would also like to
Yeah.
say that I would like to learn from my mistakes. Anytime I get a 3 or lower, I can describe
Okay.
the lesson I learned, which is don't be a fucking dumbass and just grab things near the dangerous ass bed that you just identified was a dangerous ass bed.
Yep,
Being a
incredible.
dumbass is such
We
a
love
good
her.
lesson to learn.
Love to see a
Also,
lesson learned.
Everette, if you have any drive missing, you get back 1 from our circle ability of in this together. I do as well.
Okay. So, as this happens, Aemmaline, describe how you jump in front of Everette to take this mark instead.
So hearing the crack, knowing Everette is the way that Everette is, it's almost like instinctual where she just fully shifts and turns her back to the crack, using her entire body to shield Everette instead.
Amazing. So, Everette, you, instead of feeling that pierce through your torso, now you feel the spike of it in your back. As Aemmaline, you see there is a almost spear-like tendril that just pierced through you and almost into Everette. So you will take that body instead. But what is everyone doing?
Screaming.
Do we
Incredible.
Do we see
Screaming and
do
crying.
We see this?
This is happening because Magnus has the light shining on this hospital bed.
Do I see anything on the bed while this is happening?
On the bed
Other
is
than the
just
body?
the body of this person, which seems to be relatively untouched outside of that bullet hole that you see on its side, which might be from this.
Kill the light.
Kill the light?
Kill it. Turn it off.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
No. Press the button that probably turns it off.
Okay.
Does anything change?
Aemmaline, I would like you to do a move roll to try and move out of the way as this thing tries to attack you once more.
Cool.
Shit.
I'm gonna take a 5 on the gilded.
Okay. All right. So you move just barely out of the way, but you come crashing into something. Everette and Aemmaline, you fall prone on the ground. So any move rolls that you make going forward are going to be 1 less d6. So
Cool.
as that happens, Magnus and everyone else hears the crashing of both Everette and Aemmaline going onto the ground as this thing continues to move around. You hear like snapping of twigs and this unnatural movement of just this giant tentacle thing. What is everyone doing?
Lights off isn't helping. Do we have to fight in the dark?
No, turn it back on. It starts when you turn the light on.
Light back on.
You see it
Just
standing on the bed at the very edge, like
Oh.
it's going to pounce.
Can I try to create a distraction somehow by
Okay.
maybe throwing some like like flash powder and like a flash powder. I'm a magician. I pretend to disappear. I just like throw one of those across the room.
Okay. Are you throwing it at it or just like at a different?
I want to distract it specifically, so not at it necessarily.
Okay. Go ahead and do, because I think you have like an ability, right? Is this going to be a hide roll?
I think so. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So go ahead and do a hide roll, and then whatever your ability is to try and distract this creature.
I don't have an ability. I just like have this gear.
Got it.
But
Yeah,
I
go
might
ahead and
use
do
an
that hide
ability
roll then.
depending on how this roll goes. There we go.
Understood.
4.
4. Okay.
Is that a fail or a mixed success?
Mixed success. So as you throw the flash powder over, this thing turns around, looking at whatever made that sound, but seeing nothing there, it turns back around. You successfully, it seems like this thing is distractible, but you weren't able to successfully distract it for too long.
All right. I gotcha. But
I'd like to scamper out of the room
Yep.
with the clipboard.
Incredible.
You need me to make a move or
Go
to
ahead.
scamper?
I will say for this roll, I will give you that die. So you're still just rolling at regular disadvantage because of that distraction. So you're taking this time and you're taking advantage of it to then move away.
A 4.
4. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So then you're able to crawl out as the but this is a mixed success. So as you're crawling, you try to stand up, and as you do, your knee hits the clipboard and it goes flying down the side of the floor. You're able to get away, but that clipboard is still there.
No, I want that clipboard. I'm going for it.
All right.
Whoa.
While this is all happening, what is everyone else doing? Let's go to Courtney. What are you gonna do?
Courtney does what he does. I'm gonna use one of my gear. It's not something that I could have hidden on my person, so I'm gonna have to improvise. I am going to grab one of the pipes that are on the wall and rip it off of the bracket and try to baseball swing this thing as hard as I can.
Amazing. Yeah. So there's pipes above that provide the plumbing for this place. So you just jump up, grab it, and you're gonna go for that baseball swing. Go ahead and do a strike roll.
Absolutely. That is a 3 and a 5.
3 and a 5. Okay. So with that 5, you're able to hit this thing directly into the wall. As you're rushing up to it, it pierces into your stomach. You're going to take a body from this, but you're able to throw this thing against the wall, and you watch as roots from the center of it break off.
Hey,
And
Johnny,
Okay.
Yes.
if I'm still right there, there's not a shot in hell she's gonna let him take it.
You are on the
It's
ground,
not how
though.
she's built.
You are on the ground. So I will say in this instance, there is no way to take this for Courtney.
Ah!
So, as that happens, the room goes quiet. It seems like this thing has stopped its attack. And as you go around to look at its body, you see just this smallest of a small wooden toy that has roots sprouting out from its back, creating whatever this amalgamation is. But the roots quickly begin to shrivel up and then break off.
Am I able to contain the bleed on it before it shrivels completely?
As you're going up to it, this thing doesn't have a whole lot of bleed. Really minimal. I mean, when Everette brought out his bleed detector, it was a faint. It picked up only faint amounts of bleed. Maybe because it's really small. Maybe because it's not that kind of a creature. But when you come up to it and you're going to try and do a bleed containment vial.
I was going to, but if I don't see any bleed on it, then I wouldn't bother trying.
There is bleed. There is bleed.
Okay.
Because with every magic, there is a give and a take. There is
Yeah,
bleed
I
on
want
this. You can pull some. It is only like halfway filled.
Now that I have contained the bleed that's on it, can I pick up the wooden object?
Yeah. You pick
What
it
is
up
it?
and it's a toy. It's just a
car,
small-
a teddy bear.
It's a person. It doesn't have any like moving parts to it, but it's just a person that kind of stands like this, very crude in the carving of it, but it's just a small little person.
Any features?
No features, just you could tell that there was some carvings on it. You know when you like carve onto something with a knife, you could see like there's individual shavings on it.
Yeah,
That's what
like
you see
little
in terms of
nicks
like
from
texture.
being whittled. Okay.
Exactly, right. There isn't any texture like a face or like hands, like fingers on the hands. There isn't anything like that. Very crude, very basic in terms of the carving of this.
Does
I
this
will
look
tuck that
familiar
away.
to anybody? Do you show it to us, or do you just hide it?
Oh no, I'll show it to everyone.
Yeah, does this look familiar to me at all, or is there even like a signature or like a marking that would be like a person's special mark?
Oh yeah, I'll
Sure.
let him see it if he wants to look
Yeah,
at it.
go ahead and do a focus roll.
Sorry, Sarah, can I take a look, please?
Yes, of course. Here.
Take a peek at it. Oh yeah, I still got it. That thing's messed up.
What did
Go
you
ahead
want me
and
to
do
roll?
a
I'm sorry.
focus roll. That's all good.
Oh,
I've
while we're
army
looking at
crawled
that,
over
is it
to the
possible
clipboard.
to pick up the clipboard before Everett gets to it?
Ooh.
I would like to pick it up before Everett gets to it, and then I would
All right.
like to pin Everett to the fucking wall with it.
So, in this situation, Aemmaline, I'm going to need you to do a move roll, and then Everett, you
Yeah.
also need to do a move roll. However, Aemmaline has one less d6 because you were prone.
Which just means I'm flat. It's a gilded 4.
Hey Everett, what did we get? All right. So, Aemmaline, you're able to get up and grab onto this clipboard, putting Everett to the wall and having this clipboard in your hands.
Did we learn nothing from last time?
Well, last time I didn't approach any beds and it didn't do any harm to me, so...
I'm just gonna shove it into him and then like touch the part where I'm still bleeding from where I got penetrated from a fucking tentacle. And then just turn and walk off.
Okay. Bart, what was your roll? 4.
4.
You don't see any signatures on this. In your research that you did into the monster, Mr. Nightfall,
Mm-hmm.
you've seen quite a bit of monsters. This sounds familiar, but you can't quite put your finger on it. You know that something like this is supposed to protect a host.
Do you think I might know a guy who could give me more information?
Absolutely. Yeah. Quentin for sure might be able to help you out with that.
Okay.
Is it Quentin or Quincy?
Quentin.
I call him Quincy. His name is
Right.
Quentin.
Right.
I have an ability called I Know a Guy that
Mhm.
we can use to get some more insight into the investigation.
I know.
So
Incredible.
that doesn't have to happen now, but like if
Sure,
we're
sure.
taking this with us to like go
Mhm.
get more info before we come back or like what have you,
Yeah.
or whatever we do next.
Everett, you now have a
Hi.
clipboard in your hands.
I'm reading it.
Yeah.
I'm drenched in blood.
Mhm,
Everett was
mhm,
splishing and splashing all over the bloody floor.
mhm.
Handkerchiefs out of my sleeve.
Handkerchiefs.
Yes, every episode at least once. Yes.
What you find is this person that is lying on the medical medical bed is called, his name is Victor Grimwald. It is covered in blood, the clipboard, but you are able to see
Handkerchiefs?
a few notes saying patient was brought in by neighbor, had a gun wound outside, they were knocked out outside of their home. There was a landslide for their home, is what the neighbor said. And there was a quick note saying surgery highly recommended. And then it has the home address just underneath that.
It said a landslide for his home?
It says that there was a landslide on his home. Or I
Oh,
guess
on his home,
under
okay.
his home.
Gotcha. I was like, he had a landslide for a home?
Whoa, that's sick.
Wait, what was the
his
name again?
Yeah, what was his name again?
Victor Grimwald.
Yep.
Does that sound familiar to me?
Go ahead and do a focus roll.
Okie dokie. That is a 2 on the gilded 9. It's a failure.
So take the gilded, but no, it doesn't seem so.
Okay.
Seemed to be just a regular Joe Schmo.
Where's the address located? What part of town?
Address is on the clipboard. It was located within the Briar Green, I believe. Is what we said, but
Green.
yes.
It wouldn't be too far if they brought him to this hospital, unless there's are there multiple hospitals in New Fair?
There are like multiple clinics that they could go to, but this is like the main hospital. It's like at the center of the town. So, but it's not too far. So it's a couple minutes walk. So,
Are we going back to Quentin now, or otherwise?
Do we
I
want
have
to
a
do
thing.
do we want to do the Noah guy thing first? Or
I'm down for whichever the group feels is better.
I mean, could we call Quentin and tell him to meet us at this address? And we just all walk there?
Officer Shin talks. You see that he's knelt down just next to Officer Caldwell, collecting her OUP pin. I can talk to the front desk and ask them for them to let you use the phone. I have Quentin's phone number.
Okay.
Okay. Right. He slowly stands up and then walks out. You call Quentin, informing him of this small wooden toy that you found. And when he answers, he says, here, one second. He leaves the phone, and what you hear on the other side is just shifting of papers, opening of books, closing them.
Mm-hmm.
And then a very wild, all right. Yes, this seems to be a bed root, is what they're called. They typically stay under the bed of mainly children or people with innocence. It feeds off the innocence of others. Very protective, very dangerous. Was that all you found?
Yeah, there was lots of blood, and the bodies Yeah, and this bed, what did you call it? Bedroot?
Bedroot.
But yeah, that's all we found there. We got the address of the first patient's address, home, so we're gonna go check that out.
Okay.
But if there's any other information about bedroots, maybe where they come from,
yes.
maybe
give
another
me the
expert
address.
on them, I'll give you the
You
address.
Give the address. Okay, I will keep looking. If I find anything else, I will meet you at the address. Don't do anything stupid.
Looks at Everette.
LOL.
Hangs up. Okay.
What?
So, we are following to that address. Is there anything else you would like to do before leaving?
Yeah. Can I examine the bleed that I obtained from this bedroot?
Sure. What would you like to examine with this?
I want to track it.
Track it. Okay, cool. So then you're gonna be like, are you kind of like hound hunting? Like you're gonna take the essence of this bleed and then follow that scent?
Yeah,
as it were?
I want the breadcrumbs. Give me the little breadcrumbs.
Okay.
Sense?
So then, yeah, go ahead and do a sense roll.
Okay.
It's almost, depending on your roll, you might take a bleed. This isn't a whole lot.
That's fine. I want bleed anyway, so that's a failure.
Do you want
Incredible. So
I do
you
want
take the
bleed because
bleed.
it allows me to let them in.
You take a bleed mark.
Excellent.
You allow it to let you in, or you let it in.
Yes. Whenever I take one or more bleed marks, I also gain additional information about the phenomenon that harmed me. I ask the GM one question about the source of the bleed.
Ask away.
Can I know where this was made?
Interesting question.
Failing that, who made it? Because this magic,
It's not.
I want to say
Who made
feels
it?
familiar and I don't like it.
It's not who made it,
Mm.
but what made it.
Ah.
You take this bleed,
Mhm.
and you immediately get flashes of another toy that was made, a small wooden toy soldier that looks very old. And you see roots sprouting out from that and digging into the ground and sprouting out like a network just before each of them start coming towards you and completely encapsulating you with roots before you finally wake up from this vision. It seems like this was a smaller piece of a larger problem.
So she gets done with her vision, hair, floaty hair, spooky vision. Eyes rolling in the back of the head.
Tis the season.
Tis the season. And she comes out of it. Oh, this is not the only one. It's not even the main one. There's more.
You see how many more?
There's a network. I could not say. I do not know.
That can't be good.
Many roots, many figures, many. She holds up the little wooden person. Many of these soldiers, puppet.
Is this magic usually like pretty symbolic? Because this,
It is.
well, where there's roots, there's always a tree, right? So you just gotta find it, chop it down.
It is. GM, correct me if I'm wrong. It seems like the kind of protection that replicates. You have to cut it out at the root.
So one of the things that you did see very clearly was there wasn't a tree. All of these roots were sprouting from this one boy soldier outside of its back, almost like Doc Ock, where all of the roots were coming out of the back and then spreading around.
Yeah, I open up like my notebook because I got books.
Of course.
I open up my notebook. I'm sketching that.
Mm-hmm.
You said toy soldier? Is there any iconography, any uniform, paint, colors, nation? Do I recognize anything? Would I know like a unit, anything?
So Sarah would have seen the paint has worn off. This thing, like I said, was very old. There were like small little paint strips that were still there, but most of it was gone. Any iconography, totally gone. Even like the weapon that it had seemed very archaic.
Like what level of archaic?
Like
someone's a history professor.
Probably one of like the first renditions of any of like the rifles that are used in kind of like in nowadays finding a musket in their hand. Yeah.
So like what would have a musket been used in like what era of this world?
So there have been civil wars, there have been different infighting. It would have been probably, if I remember right, within the last 100 years for sure, but I can't remember if it was within the decade or within 2 decades or 3. I can't remember exactly how long, but it seems like it was. Well, no, that wouldn't work because they had probably within like 100 years, maybe more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if one little toy can kind of like pointing at the wounded amongst us do all that, and then pointing in the room full of blood do all that, and you're saying there's a whole network of these things, we might be in some, not just us might be in a bunch of trouble, but a whole lot of people might be in a whole lot of trouble. We should get the greenhorn to call his, I don't know, superiors, whatever, see if there's more people that are getting shot, stabbed, whatever, like this.
That is a good point. I think we need to figure out what they are protecting, if anything. Maybe it is corrupted.
What did Quentin say about it?
Quentin said that it is a bedroot. It is a creature that typically latches on to somebody with innocence. It feeds off that innocence, which typically ends up being a child. And it usually hides under the bed as one of the toys that that person has, and lashes out to anybody that does it harm.
The thing that it's attached to, or it?
The thing that it's attached to and it. It has like a self-defense mechanism, of course, but like mainly it serves almost like a protector of the person that it's parasiting.
This doll was protecting that person on the bed, or that?
Now that you've learned that information,
it must have, yes.
When it jumped onto the bed at that moment that Everette and Aemmaline had been pushed away, it looked like it was in a defensive position. And when you threw that spark powder, it looked over to see if there was anything there. There wasn't, and it turned directly back to try and defend whatever was happening here. And that's when Courtney approached it.
Would it be weird to assume that it accidentally hurt its person it was protecting?
Go ahead and taking a look at the crime scene, go ahead and do a focus roll.
Well, because it hurt everyone else when they tried to start surgery on it.
Yeah, but the
Correct.
thing also had the same wound. Or
Sure.
was the wound on the person on the bed the same type of wounds as the other people? But I'll roll first. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and do a focus roll.
2.
Incredible. It looks like the wounds are the same. You're not entirely sure.
Okay.
And as far as what the motives might have been behind the attack, you can only guess. But it seems like Everette has a theory.
Right, because if this person was brought here without incident and then was attacked when they tried to start surgery, that would seem like an attack to something that doesn't know what surgery is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And thus kill
So-
everyone.
That moment brings you to see a broken scalpel that is at the side just next to where the wound is on the hospital bed.
The weapon in question.
Which, after looking at this, yeah, that seems to be the only conclusion here, is that it didn't know what surgery was. It thought that this thing was, they were trying to hurt him and lashed out. The other thing that you see now that you're looking up closer, Everette, actually, you go ahead and do a focus roll as well.
Okay. Sure. I got a 6 on my gilded, so...
Incredible. You notice as you come around Bart to take a look at what's happening here on the hospital bed. This wound is a little smaller than all the other ones. This seems to have come from a bullet. And as you kind of cross-reference, you find small pieces of wood splintered in those pierce wounds.
Mhm.
And this one, the person on the bed does not have those. So,
It does actually appear to be a bullet.
And-
How old is the person on the bed?
like late 30s.
Okay.
Yeah. You did have in the clipboard, there was also the note saying that the neighbor had found them with a bullet hole, and that's why they brought them to the hospital in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason they were shot. Actually, shot.
Sounds like we gotta go talk to that neighbor.
So, when they did the surgery, it was protecting because it can't tell the difference between cutting open helping and cutting open not helping. Right?
Right. So I guess it hitched a ride from home to here.
One other thing, because I just realized
One
just now I
more thing.
forgot to add this in there. That chain, there is a chain that is attached to this soldier, a necklace. So it seemed like they were wearing this.
Attached to the, you said to the soldier?
There is
In my
attached
vision?
to attached to the one that you guys have right now. There is like a small chain that connects to it, and this person was wearing it.
So Victor was wearing a chain.
Correct. With
And
this,
the chain had this as a medallion on it.
correct.
And so that's how it came with. Okay,
Correct.
great.
Correct.
Okay.
Add that part in there.
Okay. So it had a necklace with the bedroot on it. Okay.
So
I might have books about this, but Quentin already looked, so up to you. I would need to make a step. We could
Should
go
we
through
go
his
check out the
first.
house first and then go from there?
We could do that.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, check out the house and see if we can talk to the neighbor.
All right.
Mhm.
Would it be possible to get a description of the neighbor from like a nurse or somebody first before we go?
Sure. Yeah. An older woman that had called in the paramedics and came to the hospital to let everybody know what had happened. She had left like an hour or two ago to return back home because it's like in the middle of the night right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, they give you a short description of this older woman, and you all make your way towards the house.
I'm gonna try and bring the greenhorn along with us.
Okay. So he just stands. I think he would probably go back to Officer Caldwell's body. But you could have stopped him as he was walking in, and you're gonna try and grab him and bring him with, but you hold on to him like you did before, and he just looks at you. I just need to get back inside. I need to try and gather Officer Caldwell's body.
You can stay here and you can gather Officer Caldwell, or you can come with us and maybe stop this happening from somebody else. You might be telling yourself you're ordering Officer Caldwell by staying behind. Something tells me, looking at her, she'd be much more honored if you were coming with us and solving this thing and saving others. Choice is yours. I'm not a cop.
Go ahead and do a sway roll.
I'm actually like good at sway, strangely enough.
We love
It was a good- it was a good
This is why our
argument.
characters get along well, because we're both
Yeah.
sway characters.
Snake eyes.
Schmoozy.
No way.
Wait,
That's
what'd you get?
hilarious.
Snake eyes.
All right.
Yes.
No.
Oh wait, no. I just grabbed the dice. I didn't actually roll it. 1 second.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was like, Jesus,
Oh.
that would have been so fucking funny.
Still snake eyes.
Oh no!
Are you shitting me?
It was like, oh, here's your dice pool, roll, and then it was like 2 1s, and there's like roll it. I was like, okay, 2 1s again.
Oh my god.
Yikes. Well,
Classy.
as you tell him about this, the door into this room still open. He looks at you, then looks past you, just seeing the carnage that had happened and overhearing a network of these things. I think I'd be better served staying here and saying that we saved the hospital.
Maybe that's what you need to tell yourself. You
Is
can
this still
sleep tonight.
happening?
It's all good.
Is this still happening right by the door?
To the
To the
entrance
room?
into that room. Yeah.
Yeah, because I sort of hung back and was by the door. And
Okay.
I just want to look at Magnus and say, he'd be another corpse waiting to happen, and then go to meet up with the rest of the group.
Incredible.
There is like a distinct look of surprise on Magnus's face, and then like hit with some real sadness, I think. And then he watches Aemmaline go. He is, I think, a very clearly perceptive but empathetic person, and he is like picking up that there's something dreadfully wrong with Aemmaline, because that doesn't sound like the Aemmaline that he knows.
Yeah. He walks past you, entering the room, and you all make your way towards the house.
I'd like to catch up with Aemmaline
Absolutely.
real quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Cygnus, apologies. Sorry. I wasn't.
Well, for which part? The part where you yet again threw yourself into danger and I had to protect you, or the whole me getting impaled thing?
I suppose a combination of the two things. Because one did desperately lead to the other. I suppose. Firstly, then, I am sorry for getting into danger and you having to jump in front of me again. And then, secondly, I am also sorry for the fact that you got impaled because of that. I know very rudimentary first aid. I had to take a class on it when I became a professor, so I could look at it, but I can't promise that I'm good at it. I'm...
Didn't know it was possible for you to be more jittery. You're like vibrating. What on earth is wrong with you?
It has been a week of news. So... Yes.
Bad news? Good news? Or just news?
Bad news. Hopefully not. It's not bad. It's just news. It's just it's fine. It's everything will be all right. I'm sorry again for fourth time, I believe I've said. So I could double it again.
It's like, do I need to roll to be able to tell that he's just trying to convince himself?
I think Sarah's gonna butt in at this point. I think we could all use a quick breather and perhaps not blame other people for their choices to jump in front of danger, perhaps.
My apologies, I forgot. You know what's best. And she will walk away from Serafine.
Oh, cry me a river.
I will offer everyone a cigarette.
Courtney watching this exchange
just comes
between
out of nowhere,
Aemmaline
too.
and Serafine, like the two people in his life the longest, he snatches that cigarette. Yep.
I think you see just like Magnus watching this, like puffing on a pipe, just be
As I'm like,
Oh,
taking
cigarette! I want one.
As I'm taking the cigarette from Bartholomew, I turn to Serafine. I'm like, I don't know. Is there a reason you two don't like each other?
Oh, she's always hated me. It's fine. I'm used to it.
All right.
She's always been a petulant person.
I should not take a cigarette, but I do pull a flask from out of my pocket.
I think if
she was lovely when I met her at her store.
Yeah.
All right. Well, shall we? Since everything's good and great and we're all friends, shall we leave?
Incredible. Yes, Magnus, looked like you were gonna do something.
Yeah, I was like, if Aemmaline's kind of like running off or like storming ahead, I do think I want to try and catch up with Aemmaline.
Okay.
That's the session. So we're gonna all catch up with Aemmaline.
Yeah. So I will say that this is walking and talking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, go ahead.
Just gonna kind of like take my pipe out of my mouth. So what the fuck's up? What's up with you?
Oh, now people care.
What do you mean, when now people care? When have I ever not cared?
No, I forgot. You're too busy breaking in and out of Everett's house every other day to notice that it's been 3 weeks and it's not important. Do you want a drink? And she'll just pass him the flask.
And then like, I'm gonna like cut you off. It's like, how the fuck would you know? Have you left your house in 3 weeks? Have you? You've been a ghost, love. Weeks since last time I haven't seen. This is the first time. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the first time you've seen outside in 3 weeks. See your knuckles. I've seen those knuckles on others. You got bruises all the way up your shoulder, your wrist.
I opened the door. I looked outside. I don't have to go outside to be outside.
There's some anger in you. You know, hey, Everett's, he's green. He's new. He doesn't know what he's doing. He apologized. And what did you do when he apologized? Did you accept it? Or would you kind of throw it in his face?
It's not my fault that I am what I was made to be.
I got another question for you. Did you throw yourself in front of that thing because you wanted to protect Everett? Because you protect others and you like protecting others? Or is it that you like getting hurt more? Because those are two different things. And I'm starting to think you just like the pain, love.
At least pain means feeling something. And she'll poignantly end the conversation.
Okay. At around that time, you arrive at the stated address. And among the modest homes of the Briar Green, you find a 2-floor townhouse that looks like a 1-floor townhouse because it has sunken 20 feet into the ground. Trees, bushes, lampposts all lean as if this home has its own gravity. The second floor of the building is only 4 feet above street level. Just outside of a shattered window, you see a pool of dried blood that seeps onto the cobblestone streets, and curtains wistfully flowing out of that broken window like a ghostly figure. You also find a few other people, bystanders, that are looking at this house, shocked at the scene that they find, including none other than the neighbor who had made the initial report. Is there anything anybody would like to do as you arrive to the scene?
Is the landslide just localized to this house? Like, where's the next
Seems to be.
closest house?
It's probably around like 15 feet away, so it's pretty
so
close.
It's fully localized entirely.
It seems like it's fully localized on this house. Yeah.
Can I make any
That's not
sort of
bad.
spot
That's what-
or track or spot or anything to see if this is a landslide or if it's like anything unnatural? Like, does this seem like what caused this specifically? Was it actually a natural disaster or
Sure.
anything?
Go ahead and do, I would say, a survey roll. And
Okay.
yes, I meant sinkhole, not landslide. Sinkhole makes a lot more sense.
Gotcha.
Well, I mean, the land slid into a
down.
hole that it sank into.
Usually, that was why I asked, like, for clarification, because usually a landslide comes from above.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like,
Mhm.
wait. Okay, cool.
Sinkhole.
Sinkhole.
3 and a 4.
3 and 4. How are you approaching this house? How are you going to investigate? That will determine what you find and if there is a cost.
Being kind of being the dolt that he is and the unobservant one, most of the time, he's gonna kind of be a little bit risky about it. He's gonna try to get as close as possible and just kind of like peek over edges and look into holes and see what exactly caused it in a very like intentionally invasive way to the property.
Okay. So then one of the things that you notice while you are approaching this house is that localization. You find that there are trees surrounding this house that all seem to be leaning towards it with the sinking of the ground around it. You can see inside of these this hole there are roots that have been exposed from the surrounding trees, and one of the main things that you find is this house has sunk so far down that it has crashed into the sides of the wall, and you find roots crawling out of it. However, being so close, you stumble. You're able to catch yourself, but not before scraping all the way up your body, grabbing onto the edge, and then pulling yourself back up. This is a very steep and very deep hole that is dangerous if you're not careful.
And so there's like a pool of blood on like the sidewalk leading up to the house or something?
So there is, from a window, there is blood that's dripping down the side of it, and then there's like a drip mark trail that leads out to the side where you see there is a dried pool of blood where Victor must have stopped.
Gotcha. Cool.
Okay.
I'll return to the group.
Yeah, I was gonna say if anybody saw Courtney like walking over to the sinkhole because you fell, right?
Oh yeah, you took a body. I don't know if I said that.
Oh, I do take the body? Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So just for my brain, when Courtney fell, did he like fall into the hole a little bit and like have to claw his way back out?
Fell into the hole a little bit, but was able to grab onto himself before like completely falling into it, and was able to pick himself up out of
really
the hole.
Wrecked my side.
Yeah.
I think we all see this because we're right there. I assume.
We're all just kind of
Just like grabbing his suspenders and like pulling him away from the edge of the sinkhole. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Pull out a bleed detector and see if there's any. If it reads at all.
There is a. The closer you get to this sinkhole, the stronger the bleed gets. The deeper you get into the sinkhole, the stronger it gets. So as you're kind of like holding it near, it is like vibrating.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let everyone know that.
Oh.
More so than the doll at the hospital?
More so. Yeah.
Would the source be here?
Possible.
I would like to consult my arcane texts at this point.
Incredible. Okay. What
going to
is
consult the book.
I think it's you get a question or something like that. Is that right?
It does. So the problem with the arcane text gear, there's no description.
Okay.
So I think it's really whatever you decide.
Well, it's whatever you want. What do you want to do with this item?
I am looking into. Given that I understand the vein of magic or bleed that bedroot comes from, now that I know what it is, I am curious what kind of generational magic could have this effect. Or how deep something like this could go.
Mm-hmm.
So do I roll for arcane text, or is that just something I'm reading through? Because I would have like family oriented magic as something that I know because of who I am.
Right. I would say go ahead and do a focus roll for this.
You got it. We love to focus. God damn it. All I do is fail. It's a 2 and a 3.
Okay.
2 on the gilded.
Is there any way that I can give a drive for that? Can I help?
How would you assist?
So focus is pretty it's not supernatural. It's not like sense or anything like that, right?
Right. Yeah, it's remembering, inspecting, and analyzing.
Okay. Then it's just going to be a quick reminder. I'm like, hey, I know you're trying to focus right now, but I think I recall like when we had like back at our place when you had all those books, all those texts and stuff. Didn't it have something about this neighborhood? You remember at all?
Okay.
Okay.
Do I?
So you would then gain one more d6.
Okay.
And then Courtney would use one of his intuition drives.
Okay. How do I just do 1d6 in the chat?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. It's a 2. Yeah, roll 20 hates me.
Told you I can't read. Wrong neighborhood.
You remind Serafina of the books back at home, but those had already been either sold or you got rid of them, or maybe they're just back at home in this case, so unfortunately you're not able to recall anything. And nothing in this text really talks too much about any generational magic that might have been in this specific area. It's kind of unknown to you.
Okay. No. Do I have to call in a favor? I don't want to do that.
You guys think we are gonna have to go inside?
Probably.
With all that bleed? I don't know if that's a good idea.
Know anybody that knows anything about this place?
Can I approach the neighbor?
Absolutely. Neighbor is kind of like looking at all of you and watches a person walk up and lose their balance. And then you walk up.
Hello.
Hey.
Apologies. Everette McRae. We're here doing some investigation. We are private detectives doing some work. We just heard of a very mysterious case from a patient over at the nearby hospital, and we heard that you were the amazing bystander to bring them in. And we were just hoping to get a bit more clarification about what we are seeing here.
Yes, I just heard a lot of noise. I heard a gunshot, and I've called the periphery and also the paramedics to bring him to the hospital, but all I heard was just that this happened. The house just fell into the ground.
Was that before or after the gunshot?
It was after the gunshot.
After the gunshot it fell.
Yeah, I remember hearing the shot, and then a giant ruckus that I ran out, and then a few minutes later I saw Victor climbing out of the window, and that's when I ran back to my house, called everybody, and then the paramedics came, and he was unconscious by the time that I came back out. If you are private investigators, are you going in there?
I believe that is our intention.
Okay.
Presuming if it is safe enough to do as such. Why do you ask?
He had a son.
Oh.
And I haven't seen him come out.
All right.
Edwin.
And Edward, you said?
Edwin,
my apologies. We will go look at that per se, but Mr. Grimoire, did he have any... He was shot, in his own home? He was inside when he was shot? Because you saw him climb out a window.
I don't know if he was shot inside, but he did climb out of the window. I don't know what happened, to be honest. I had just woken up to the gunshot, and then...
Right.
And then I couldn't ignore the sinkhole that happened here.
Right, yeah, no, that is, a lot.
Please, if you are going to go inside, you should go in.
We should probably do it
Soon.
relatively quickly. Yes, if
Yes,
there is
Edwin has a bedroom on the second floor.
Bedroom on the second floor. Not very
if you
conveniently, the
go
first
in,
floor.
you could-
Unconveniently, the first floor.
Right, you could find it if you go in there. That's the main bedroom window there.
All right. Incredible. Thank you so much. What was your name again?
Diane.
Thank you so much, Diane. I'll go get everyone together and we will stage a daring rescue for the young child. How aged range?
He's like 10 or so, I think.
Great. Lovely.
So the gunshot was heard. The guy, he came out of the window, and then the house sunk.
The gunshot was heard. The house sunk. He climbed out the window. That's why he had to climb out the window.
So he climbed out the window of the second story. That is now
The first
story. Okay,
Right.
Yeah.
just wanted to be sure.
Is it
So?
possible to have been looking for a way to like cross over should we need to? Not like actually like do it, because I don't want to get all fucked up and fall in a hole, but like be
So
looking
one of the
around to see
things-
if there's a way to do that.
The house is tilted. Like it's
Okay.
not securely
Towers?
going down. So it kind of tilts towards that main bedroom window, which is why he was able to get out and not fall down that sinkhole.
Gotcha.
Is there
We
like a
could- we
gap there or like a
No, it
It's
like
just like
that's
is
where
it
it
touching?
ends. Yeah, so it's
Okay.
like
The two
into the
places.
ground right there. So like the other side has like a little bit of a drop. That's where Courtney fell.
yeah.
But on this side, it's clear directly into the ground. It
It's
is
like it sunk and then
Yeah.
tilted or
Can I-
something.
Can I
exactly.
ask a crazy specific question?
Absolutely. We love crazy
Can
specific
I-
questions.
Can I look into the window without touching the window
Mhm.
or the house? I want to
Mhm.
make contact with Bleed Manor, but I would like to like do a kneely kneel and like
Mhm.
peer in through the window to just see what I
Sure.
can see.
Can I help?
Yeah,
somehow?
absolutely. So go ahead and do a survey roll. This window is about 4 feet up, so I don't know how tall your character is, but I'm sure you could get at least the top part of the room in your sight, and then like kind of tippy-toeing to see a little bit more. But yes, go ahead and roll survey, and then Bart
Art,
is going to
did
give you
say
an
were
extra.
helping?
Yeah, I'll give you. I'll use a drive, so you have an extra
Cool.
D6 to use. And can we just say we still have the greenhorn's flashlight? We never gave it back to him.
Never.
Incredible. Sounds good. Yep.
Oh yeah, we
Uh,
definitely fucking stole that.
Yeah,
100%.
Yep.
It has the OUP symbol on it, as long as on the other, and on the other side it's the periphery. Incredible.
Can we etch later on, like after this job, fuck the and then above?
Yeah, absolutely, you can.
Already
100%.
ADHD, slightly picky
can-
about
can,
the
like,
tag.
We gotta find an O and make the O like the Ouroboros symbol.
Yes. I imagine that Bart is
Yes.
just like, oh, you want that? And then it's there.
yeah. Flashlight.
How'd that happen?
Yeah, that's
That was-
that's what we call standard issue.
Yeah.
That was a 4, a 5, and a 6 on my dice, bitches.
Incredible.
Ooh.
All right.
Wait, are you
Uh,
rolling at home?
Yes, I'm rolling real dice because
I'm
fuck
gonna start
digital. I
doing
cannot.
that.
Yeah.
I don't want to do roll 20 anymore. I've been
Absolutely.
rolling.
Johnny doesn't
twos
ask
all
me
night.
to roll
I'm
digital
so
dice
mad.
because he knows better than to ask the dice maker to roll
Right.
fake
I mean, like,
dice.
come on.
I would kill them.
Right.
Okay. I
so
also
one of
I
the
also get
things
a
that you
free pass.
find, you see everything in this room is tossed from the falling of the house and the leaning of it. Everything seems to have been shifted towards you. You find there is a closet that is open. You can see some of the clothes are hanging towards you. You find that there is a vanity that has a curtain covering the mirror, and it is currently hanging by the safety mechanisms that you put behind like wardrobes and dressers and all that stuff. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like hanging from that. You can see that the sheet is like leaning towards you as well. There isn't much in here. There's missing wooden panels from the wall, exposing the inner insulation that's within it. But outside of that, there's nothing remarkable that you see.
Is there like a streak of blood from where the guy crawled?
There is the streak of blood. Yes, there is a streak of blood, and you do see that it goes out of the room. It doesn't stay. It wasn't centralized here, but you could see, since you got a 6, you see that the blood goes out of this room and past where you can't see.
Position wise, where is everybody?
In terms of
I'm
people
by this
around
window. Where are we all located at? So if I'm by the window, I'm assuming Bart's near me because he gave me a flashlight.
Yep. Yeah, I'm still. I'm like holding the flashlight.
Courtney and Serafine were over communing with the book situation.
Everette was talking to the neighbor.
I'm floating right now.
Well,
I was kind of like trying to figure out what to do next. I was going to ask,
Wow.
when we did the bleed detection, was it coming from the house, or just all of it?
Sure. Everette had found that the hole seemed to be where
Bart.
the strong. Wait, I thought. Oh, Bart,
We
did
both
you do?
have bleed-
Oh,
we both
Everette,
have
you
bleed
did the bleed
detector.
detector
Bleed.
earlier. Bart,
Yeah.
you just did that one. Right.
we have dueling
Bart.
bleed detectors.
Right. You know, you just.
They look different.
Uh,
Mine's like a Geiger counter thing, and maybe yours looks
Love it.
different. I don't know.
Yeah. It's a Geiger counter, but different.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Bart had seen that a lot of that bleed came from the hole below.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah,
The
and-
house.
I mean,
was
Bart, since you're
probably
near-
relatively.
Since you're near the house at the moment, like the second floor, it doesn't look like there's a lot of bleed that's pinging off of this. It seems like when you get
Copy.
closer to the hole, that's when it starts to like shake and show you the
Gotcha.
position
Yeah,
of it.
even in my
Yeah.
pocket, it's probably going off as we're closer.
Right, right, yeah.
I like get down on my knee and it goes a little more.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Through the window.
Through the walls.
Through the wall.
There we
No,
go.
I mean
Okay,
she
cool.
went. She goes through. She
Of
goes
course.
through the window. She does not
Yes,
say anything
of
to anyone.
course.
She goes through the window.
Incredible.
I think
All of
Magnus
you
would
watch
clock
as
this and
Yep.
is going to like run basically.
Hey, Magnus.
incredible.
Everett's
All
just gonna
right.
like power walk past Courtney and Serafine and goes, "There's a child in the house still." As I'm just walking towards the window.
All right. So I'm assuming that we're all going into the house. As we all prepare ourselves to go inside of this destructive house, we are going to go to a break and we will come back here soon. 10, 15 minutes, I'm not entirely sure, as long as we need to get all of our bio breaks done, but we will see you all here soon. Stay here. We'll be back. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back,
That's
everyone.
how I lick the Liberty Bell.
Incredible.
Nice.
Well, it was a great story.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. All right. I don't know how to follow that up. Here we go. Into the danger after licking the Liberty Bell. So, you enter through the main bedroom's window. With each movement, the wood squeaks and groans from each of your body weight being put on it, already in a state of disarray and destruction, and you adding yourselves to the mix only makes it even more stressed. You can see that the sheets have been tossed from this large bed, while clothes lie all across the threshold of that walk-in closet. You find that vanity mirror that just barely hangs from that hook, and the cloth that covers the mirror. The door to the outer hall is completely open, where you found that blood trail leading out. So, as you all enter into this room, what would you like to do?
Following the trail.
Incredible.
What'd you say like that?
immediately going for the trail.
I don't know.
Aemmaline and I mean, like, now that we're like in something that's very obviously danger, I'll be just like hip to hip with Aemmaline.
This look like an adult's room or a children's room?
Yeah, good
This looks like
question.
an adult's room.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you all begin to follow this blood trail out of the room, where you come into a hallway. You can see that glass from 3 of the windows cover the floor. Stairway that once would have led down to the first floor now leads to a large pile of stone, dirt, and shattered wood that prevents any passage. That is where the blood trail leads you. Several framed portraits lie face down, broken on the ground, and 3 doors lead out of this hallway, one including the one that you had just walked out of.
Is the blood underneath the pile of wreckage, or does it like start at the pile of wreckage?
It seems to have gone under that pile of rubbish and debris.
Like maybe the pile of rubbish fell because the house shifted?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do one of the smart people with bleed detectors want to check before I start trying to move things?
No bleed seems to be present here.
It's just everywhere else.
Yeah, right.
Kind of around us.
It's not more intense?
Or it's deeper.
Since going into this, the bleed detector hasn't really caught anything. It seemed to really only go off when you were going into the hole.
I think the bleed is more down.
Is the bleed in the vial reacting?
You used that bleed to do the
I used it up.
so,
okay, never mind.
Does it look like the rubbish is like movable?
It does look movable. There is a lot here, so it would take you a while. But you can definitely do that.
Is there like another route through the home to get to the blocked off portion?
There are other doors, 2 other doors that you haven't gone through, one being, and then another one that went back into the main bedroom.
I'll check one of those other doors.
Okay.
If there's one closer to the rubble.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow behind Magnus.
The closest one that you find is closed, and after opening it, you find there is a small stream of water that flows out of not the shower, but a pipe that is jutting out from below. It seems that with the shift, the plumbing had been completely destroyed, but there is water that flows into this, and it slopes down the tub away from where the drain is, where it instead pools and has overflowed onto the bathroom floor. You see like a rush of water as you open up this doorway. The decor, toiletries are all broken, all scattered, but the mirror cabinet has stayed unopened.
Gonna kind of think back and forth. He'll go check out that cabinet. He'll try and be careful as not to like slip or slide as best as possible, but see, and there's no other door or anything around here in this room.
There is another door that leads, so the hallway goes from the main bedroom, and then you continue on the left, there's the stairway, on the right, there's that bathroom door, and then at the far end of the hallway, that's another door.
Okay, I'll check out the cabinet door first before checking out anything else.
You open up the cabinet, and a few things fall out. Pliers, or tweezers, sorry. Small, yeah, I know, right? Just like
pulling deep.
Tweezers, you find like medical gauze, all sorts of things that you would find in a bathroom. But as well, you find a few prescription bottles that fall out.
Take a look.
Sarah's peeking around the corner. Oh, what's that? You got the wreath over there.
You find that there were
a laudanum.
There are some antidepressants, and there are some, regular like ibuprofen pain relief type of thing. You do find, though, a name Eleanor Grimwald.
A mother, perhaps. I find some scripts in here, but I don't think any of them are for the dead guy or the son. This might be for the mom. Maybe there's a second person trapped in here. I'm gonna take the prescription of antidepressants and I'm gonna pocket it. Not like hiding it, but no, just like not hiding it or anything like that. But it's proof of a name that we haven't seen before. So
Understood.
The
water continues to flow out and past you.
So master bedroom, bathroom and cabinet, stairs on the left. On
Other
the right
bedroom.
is another
Other door.
door ahead.
Other door.
I was gonna try the other door. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Amazing.
move the other door. Yeah.
Everette and Serafina, you approach the other door, the only one that you haven't gone through. You find on the other side of this door wooden dolls and clothes that are scattered around the small room. Sheets have been thrown off the bed and partially burned by a broken lamp on the ground. You can see that the fires seem to have been crushed out, as apparent by a small indentation in the floor where the lamp had been compacted.
Are there any bleed coming from these little dolls here? Are they like dolls, or are they like the
creepy dolls?
The like
So
effigy that we have,
little
essentially.
whittled-
Similar,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Bedroot
but taking a
boys.
look with the bleed, there doesn't seem to be any coming off of them. However, as you approach the bed, there's a small signature.
There's something here.
Let me see. What is
Go ahead
it?
and do a either focus or survey.
I'm gonna do focus.
I'll give you I'll help you out, since that's what we're doing anyway.
Okay. So
I'll give you a
take-
drive. Yeah.
Cool. So I'll take an extra die, so I have 3. Okay. Oof. Oh wait, no. 4 is a partial, isn't it? Okay.
Mixed success.
4 is my highest die.
Okay. As you approach the bed, that faint signature, and I mean like when you're turning around, it doesn't even pull it, but it's when you get closer, it's just that small slight movement. As you move around the bed, over it, it stops. Then you get down below. Under the bed, there are several discarded toys and clothes. Moving some of that out of the way, you find that the floorboards have been broken off. You see this small hole in the ground.
So okay. So there's an object, another doll that has a signature on it.
There's a few different toys that have been kind of scooted under the bed.
Okay.
And as you reach in with the bleed detector, it doesn't seem to pick those up. So you scoot them out of the way, and as you do, you find this hole
like under where the bed is.
in the ground, correct. Where as you approach that is what is giving off that slight, and even when you're down here, it's still slight bleed mark.
Can I reuse the same vial to collect that bleed?
Sure.
I will do that.
This one is like very faint. Like the other one was like faint, but this one is like very faint. So even using
doesn't
a bleed
collect much.
it wouldn't collect much, if anything.
If I can see that it's not much, I won't bother.
Yeah, it would be something that would be like not very much. Yeah.
So this lines up with what we know of the bed roots. This is where it lives.
Was nesting?
One of them. I'm getting the impression there is a lot more than just one.
I don't know how you feel the things you feel. Does it feel like similar to the one that we encountered before? Like if it was the same one, or I mean, if they all descend from each other, maybe that doesn't make sense. But
GM, would I feel?
Do you know what I mean?
That it feels the same?
There's not much to go off of to have that information.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really so sometimes I get the feeling, and it's a very, you just know a thing. There's a concept called claircognizance. I will explain it to you another day. But
I will very eagerly listen.
This is just a hunch, really. Experience.
All right.
I'm guessing. But never doubt a woman's intuition.
Right. Yes. Yeah. No. I've heard that one a lot. Yes. Usually when I'm wrong. So, yes.
Well, you're not wrong to ask. It's good for you to learn. Edith did not get a chance to teach you.
Yes. She didn't.
That's okay. I will help where I can.
That would be appreciated. It's a shame that she didn't.
She'll pat you on the shoulder.
Everett, as you're kind of looking away, you see there are a handful of drawings that are pinned into the wall that are just next to the doorway that leads back out. In each of them, well, not each of them, but a good amount of them, you see a house that is set atop a tree. And then you see two windows, one with a face and another with another.
I believe this is going to sound absolutely buck wild. Firstly, I found your tree. Secondly, I think this is a child experiencing divorce or the splitting of a family. And like a metaphorical kind of meaning of that. So the tree has fallen, the house is all bucky-wucky, for lack of a better word. Or am I thinking of this as like a book and not like a thing that we're actually experiencing right now? As people in existence. Drawings are lovely.
That is a great question. So there's a thing with a face? You said there was something with faces?
So it's a house with people's faces kind of sticking out of two little windows.
Oh. Does one of them look like the man we saw in the hospital?
They're kid drawings, so it's just like a regular stick figure kind of, yeah.
Does one look vaguely male and one look vaguely female? Or are they just kind of smiling little faces?
Yeah, what you would expect. You do see like little small like hair on both of them, but neither of them would be something that you would expect a femme-presenting person to have, like the longer hair or anything like that. It's just two faces. One is smaller than the other, though. As you pull onto one of those drawings, you hear a rumbling sound from underneath the bed.
I pin it back on the wall.
Probably a good idea.
Perhaps it is best not to shatter the illusion.
Can I is there like a dresser? Like, is there something in this room that like I can just kind of slightly like move like a little bit, like
Sure.
push like a one of like the
move
random
like a little
toys.
nightstand. Move a little nightstand over. Doesn't seem to do
It's just
anything.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a way to maybe look? Is there a tree in the backyard? Can I like look out a window?
There are multiple trees outside. You saw them when you were walking in. They were in like a small yard, but they were all like kind of leaning towards that sinkhole. Like the hole had been, had taken the earth with it, and then what was left was just like these trees that were almost falling over.
Okay. Cool.
If we had been like there for a few minutes, I would have started to wander down the stairs just to like look around and see what I could see.
Okay. There is like a fuck ton of debris here.
The debris is blocking the stairs. Copy.
Correct. Yeah.
Then the whole time they were gone, I would have tried to rope Courtney.
How are we going to get down?
Yeah, I would have roped Courtney into helping me move it while they were like looking in the other rooms.
Right there with you.
Okay.
Like wouldn't have asked, just would have assumed that was what my job was.
The second that Aemmaline goes to start moving stuff, I just in step do it.
Mm-hmm. You're able to move a lot of the larger pieces on the top of the debris that then opens up the small opening that can go over the rest of it and through that bottom area of the stairway. So you're still walking on debris to get down, but you are able to pass through after a few minutes. Is there anything anybody else would like to do while Aemmaline and Courtney are clearing that?
I want to search the room a little more, but not in a mundane way. I want to. I'm gonna sit on part of the floor that maybe is not completely destroyed, and I want to attune to the space.
Okay. As you open your senses to welcome in any residual bleed that might be around you or magic, go ahead and do a sense roll.
Cool. I have an extra. Well, I guess I won't use that now, but
I could also help you. Everett's probably just gonna stand there and watch you anyway.
I could help.
Okay. Yeah.
Whichever of us.
Either or.
Yeah, either one.
I'll let Bartholomew help. Maybe he joins us in the room at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
As I am like clearing like a little spot, I see Bart walk into the room.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me a hand? I need to focus for just a moment.
Yeah, and I just like I give you my hand.
She will.
Incredible.
She'll take his hand and he can like help her sit down.
Like,
everything's all kind of sideways and weird. Yeah.
It's a fake hand, and then he pulls out his actual
Oh
hand.
my God. It's a fake hand attached by none other than a daisy chain of handkerchiefs.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll roll 3 die then for my
amazing.
sense roll.
Okay.
Oh God.
Ooh, I got a 6, 3 and a 2. The 2 was the gilded die.
So do you want to fail to get that drive back?
No, I want to succeed.
So
I would like to succeed sometime tonight, please.
you open your senses to everything around you. And typically when this happens, you feel some sort of terror that enters your mind. But in this case, there's none of that. Instead, what you feel is this connection. As you're sitting on the ground, that grumble that you had heard from under the bed now expands. As you feel every fiber of this house all one. You feel tendrils reaching in every nook and cranny. There is something that leads you down beneath the house. And then that's when you're cut off.
We need to go down. Way down.
Okay.
I was hoping we could avoid that, but we go where the bleed goes. And she'll use Bart's hand again to stand up.
Okay.
This
You all begin
entire...
to...
Craig.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Craig, I think, was saying something.
Oh, I was just, do you do that often? That was pretty.
I do.
That was it.
It is alignment with the supernatural here. I could teach you sometime if you want.
Can I get in on that?
Of course.
Great, lovely. Because I think my house is haunted. But we'll get to that in a bit.
It is definitely haunted.
Really?
She smiles because she knows.
I was talking to Mr. McGilligutty, and he was saying that 7 p.m. is a very specific ghost haunting time, as well as 3 a.m. within the pipes.
Oh, certainly. Mm-hmm.
Really? Fascinating. And in all the research that I've done, I haven't found that.
You know, sometimes you just learn these things from old wives' tales, and they don't make it into the textbooks.
Fascinating. Yes, oral tradition is very important, as always said.
You have a
If you're
point.
done magicking, this would go faster with help.
I'll go over and help Aemmaline and Courtney.
She'll step out into the hallway with Everette and Bart. It's a good thing you're clearing that, because we need to go much further down. This entire space is rooted, so to speak.
Oh, yeah.
Little rock. This wood. Stuff.
See, I would help, but that might mean I would break a nail, and that's not part of my job description.
Oh,
Stick to the ghost, not the rocks.
God forbid.
And with that,
I need my hands to do magic, okay?
You're doing so much of it right now.
I just did.
You doing Russian
after
twists?
a few moments... Yeah, right, Russian twists.
Yeah.
You are able to clear that small little passage through the small opening at the base of the stairway. You're able to slide down from the stairs onto the first floor. Here, one of the first things that you feel is this like pulsing like vibration in the ground. You can also hear it's accompanied. You can also feel that it's accompanied by a pulsing sound too, but it's like a hum, very faint. But as soon as you put your feet onto the first floor, you feel it and you hear it. As you exit from the stairway, you find the living room. The house's front door hangs open with a wall of dirt that spills into it. You see large windows that would have previously been portals to the outside are now shattered with even more dirt piling through. The stairway that you went up is covered in dirt and stone. But most importantly, as you all fall through that opening, you turn around and find roots tangled through it. You find a variety of broken furniture pieces that are thrown across the room. A charcoal covered door that has broken and charred roots at its base. while parts of the floorboard have been ripped out and broken, revealing large holes with writhing, thick roots underneath. You
The roots are moving?
Seems to be that way, yeah. Very slightly, but they're moving. You also find a kitchen that is a little past, behind one of a small doorway.
Hey, Everette, what'd you say that kid's name was?
Edwin. He's 10.
Edwin. Edwin, you here? It's okay. You're safe. You here?
You hear a muffled sound coming from the kitchen.
Oh.
Did the trail of blood come
without
this
even
way?
really thinking about it, I'm gonna start
immediately.
walking towards the kitchen.
Yeah, before Magnus can even get to the doorway, I'm headed that way.
Hero blocking me.
I literally have a thing that tells me to run into danger.
Before you run off into danger, I do want to stop you, grab you by the shoulder, and just press a pistol into your hand.
I thought you were going to say press a pistol into your stomach or some shit. I was like,
You're not going in there.
You're going down.
Going nowhere.
She doesn't make eye contact with you.
Mm-hmm.
But if your hand touches hers as she takes it from you, you would notice that the second her hand closes around the grip, she is trembling, but says nothing and then heads forward.
Okay. Bart, you were looking specifically for a trail of blood.
Yeah, does the trail
I
of
would
blood
like
go?
to.
Yes.
The trail of blood comes down the stairway and ends right next to the base of the stairs. You can see a small pool of blood right here.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like they crawled up the stairs and out the window. Cool.
Correct.
When we looked at the body, did the bullet pass all the way through? Or would there be like, okay.
Yeah.
Then never mind. I'm not gonna look at the wall and try to triangulate.
Yeah.
How a bullet, where this shot came from.
Visual calculus.
Even if you tried, like everything is broken at this point because it's sunk underground and like the walls are cracked. There's like almost absolutely zero possibility of you finding that.
I mean, there's no like
that
splatter that would
hole.
indicate where the I don't care.
Yeah, yeah. So you do find at the base of the stairway, that is where the blood pools and the trail ends, or rather begins.
Starts. Mm-hmm. Yay!
Solve that mystery.
Magnus, you're walking off as Aemmaline was going to be following you, then stopped briefly by Courtney. You walk into the kitchen. That muffled sound that you hear isn't here anymore.
Edwin, where are you, Edwin?
When you make a sound, that's when you hear a muffled sound. You walk into the kitchen, and what you see here is water rushing into the kitchen through exposed pipes, soaking the mud-covered floors. You find roots that crawl around a doorway leading to a dining room while simultaneously entangling another door as it snakes across the counters, reaching through cabinets. A large cluster of roots then wrap around the refrigerator, lifting and seeming to crush it. That is where you hear that muffled sound.
Oh, I'm just gonna like try, like, you know, when all else fails, I feel like Magnus like tries to talk it out. Whatever you are, whatever this is, you want to protect Edwin. You want to protect Edwin, right? You protected the father. You want to protect Edwin. the best thing that can be done for Edwin right now is that he gets out of here and away from all this. You're about to fall into a hole, eh? I think you don't want to. You don't want to wrap around that. Once you let Edwin out, I'm gonna I don't know, kind of beg to this whatever this thing is.
Instead of a sway roll, I would like you to do a survey roll, please.
I'm pretty good at surveys. And I'll also burn a drive. That gives me an extra die.
Would I have gotten into that room by the time he's doing that to give him an extra drive
It's
to
like
help him?
right after this happening.
Okay.
6.
Incredible. Okay.
On the drive die, in fact.
Oh,
Yes.
perfect. Worth it. As you're talking, you hear that muffled sound again coming from the inside of the refrigerator. And as you finish what you're saying, you see the door move slightly. And as that seal to the refrigerator opens, you hear a woman's voice. Who the fuck are you talking to?
Is that I remember it from the pill bottle. What was the name of the pill? Eleanor?
Eleanor. Mm-hmm.
Hey, are you Eleanor?
No. I'm. Who the fuck is Eleanor?
Who
I'm
are you
Lydia.
then? Lydia, I gotta ask you. What are you doing in the fridge?
What the fuck do you mean? What am I doing in the fridge? Have you seen everything around here? This thing tried to kill me. This was the only place that I thought that I could go.
Hey, Lydia, we're gonna help you. You're gonna get out of here. You're gonna be just fine. But I need you to explain to me and my friends what happened here. There's a man here. His name was it Clayton?
Victor.
There's a man named here, Victor. He ended up in the hospital. He was shot here. Do you know what happened?
Is he alive?
How about you tell me what happened first, and I will tell you what happened to him.
I will tell you only if you help me get out of here.
Of course, love, of course. That's always on the table.
That's first.
I need to know what happened here so I know what to do to get you out. If this is a thing, if it thinks
what the
that
fuck do you mean?
hurt...
Break the roots! What? Why hasn't it attacked you yet?
Because I ain't showing nothing no harm. Now, if you showed somebody in this house harm, I'm not the police. I could give a fuck. But these roots seem to give a fuck. So, if you tell me what happened here, and no judgment, I'm not gonna leave you in there, I'll know what to do. Now, if these roots want to kill you because you hurt somebody in this house, I need to know, because that means I gotta handle the roots first. If you're innocent, if you didn't do nothing, then you shouldn't be harmed by the roots. And you could probably get out of there yourself. But we should need to ask that question now, don't we, before we try messing with these things. Who shot Victor? Where's Edwin?
You just hear silence for a few moments. Go ahead and do a sway roll.
Good at sway. You know what?
At that moment, did I walk in the room holding a gun?
Yes, you walked in holding a gun at that moment, yes.
I think without even really looking, I'm just gonna put a hand behind me and just kind of knowing that there is probably some weapon in her hand, I'm just gonna
just to clarify, this is only a crack that's not even a centimeter wide right now. They can't fucking see you. It's only so that the sound can escape this refrigerator. That is it.
It's just a visual of
just
shut up, stop it, shut up. I'm gonna also use a drive on this.
All right.
Hey, another 6 on the drive. These drives are working out for
amazing.
Me. A 4, a 3, and a 6.
Like I said, few moments of silence. I didn't hurt anybody. We were only here for... It was just... It's a simple burglary. You're supposed to get in, get out. Nobody was supposed to get hurt. And then he came down the stairs. Why did he do that? And then... Yeah. One of my... Jackie. They shot him. And then all hell broke loose and... Jackie did, yeah. And then...
Jackie shot him. How many of yous was in here? How many people trying to rob? Was it just you and Jackie? Was it you, Jackie, somebody else?
There was three. It was
three of you.
It was me, Jackie, and I can't remember the last one. Shit.
You ran here. Where did Jackie go? And where did the other one go?
I have no idea. I just heard screaming from the closet, and I heard screaming from the living room. That was it.
Real important question. Was there a kid here when you broke in?
No, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't know. We didn't go into any of the rooms. We came in through the back, and we were gonna go to the basement. That was it.
Maybe the last question, love. What were you trying to steal?
Jacob, the other one, he was the leader. He was the one that said that we were just supposed to do a simple snatch and grab. He said it was going to be easy. It was a doll. That was it.
A doll. Needed to steal a doll.
Yeah.
That's it.
And then this happened.
All right, love. I'm going to need you to chill out right there because we got to figure out. We're not going to leave. We're just going to stay right around here. But we got to see if your friends are alive.
You can't just leave
me here. And
then
we got to try. I'm not going to leave you here. We're going to come back. But we have to figure out.
And then what if you die? Then I'm just stuck here forever.
If I die. Love, as much as I cherish this conversation and think we're going to be real great friends after this, we're not. I don't give a fuck if I die. I won't give any fucks at that point because I'll be dead. Now, there might be a kid somewhere around here, and I'm much more interested in figuring out if that kid is still alive, and I'll come back for you. But you need to keep your cool because these things want to kill you right now. So if you're cool, you're in the fridge, stay cool. You're going to be all right. We need to make sure if there's a kid.
Are you fucking kidding me? You're gonna make a joke right now? Fine. Go find the kid, but I swear to God, you better come back here.
I'm just gonna not even really say anything. We're like,
hello?
Just gonna walk out.
You walk away.
Yeah.
As you're kind of like standing here, Aemmaline, as you're standing behind with a gun looking around, you see that the roots are still writhing and moving just slowly, almost like slow moving snakes all around the kitchen.
Are they creeping towards or just sort of writhing in place?
It doesn't seem like they're crawling towards a specific point, more like tendrils trying to feel around wherever it is.
So is there like any like loose debris or anything around?
Oh, plenty of loose debris. Yeah. I mean, like the window itself is completely open. There's dirt that's piling out, and then like a broken plumbing pipe that is just flowing water out.
Like
there's debris everywhere.
Looking for like a rock or something that I could just sort of like kick towards one of the little like writhing things to see.
Like a small one?
Just large enough to sort of see if it'll grab it or move towards it if something rolls into it.
You kick a rock towards it and it moves, and then you see a rapid movement as it whips around it and then slowly loose its grip and then return back to moving around.
Hey, Magnus, you see that?
Yeah. think we're going to have to figure out what's driving all this before we can safely extricate our friend, if we were even really wanting to do that.
Oh, no, I'd very much... Never mind, we're not going to go there. There's a hole. We could just let her go. It doesn't seem like it's going to, like, chase.
You don't think it's going to chase her?
I mean, it only grabbed when something came near it.
Well, that's the thing. It's all wrapped up around the fridge. We'd have to find... I think it would require an aggressive act to free her. And that's just going to bring more vines, I think. And honestly, I think we can let her chill for a bit. I'm more worried about the... if there's a kid here, we need to handle the kid.
That's valid. How long have you been thinking about the fridge pun?
I'm chock-a-block full of them, love.
Copy.
While
like,
this
there's almost a hint of a smile.
While this is happening, I'm sneaking away to find a way to get further down.
Okay. A few of the things that you see, there are holes in the floorboard, and the roots that are underneath seem pretty deep. So maybe if these roots weren't there, there might be another hole that goes down. You do see an extra door in the living room that has charcoaled bits of root in front of it. They're broken and, blackened from the fire.
So there was a fire, like down
seems
here.
to be that way.
So there was a fire in the child's bedroom, and a fire here.
Seems to be that way. Yeah.
Are they in line with one another location-wise as to how the house is? Like,
No,
are
like
they
the
connected
other
in some
corner
way, or
of
are they
the living
isolated?
room. Other corner of the living room would have been like where that, like, directly up and above. And as you actually stand in the living room, you see there is a hole that goes up, and you can see that's where the bed is.
Oh.
There is no other sorts of ashes or anything like that near there. It seems to be completely separate occasions.
Okay. Is there bleed on the door? Like, can I see it?
On this door.
Like, do I need to extract
No.
it before I can touch the door? Okay.
It doesn't seem to be on this door. You do feel like that there is like a pull towards that open hole with the writhing roots, but on this door, doesn't seem like there's anything here.
When you say there's a pull towards the hole, is it one in the floor in this room?
Correct. Yeah. There's a few different holes in the floorboards here. Each of them you can see like just roots all around, like spidering webs almost.
And it's just a hole straight down with roots?
It's a hole that goes directly through the floor, but it's covered with roots. So you can't see how far it goes down, but it is like a foot or 2 feet under. So it seems like to go pretty far down.
Does it look like my vision?
No, that one looked more like the roots of a tree that kind of go down and then like out.
Okay, I'm gonna check the door first.
Okay. I need to swap my battery, but I will talk. So as you open, or as you go to the door, you find, surprisingly, this is relatively undamaged. You find the charcoal roots at the base of the door. But outside of that, it seems relatively untouched.
What's in the room beyond the door?
As you open up the door...
I'm not saying anything to anyone, by the way. I'm just doing my own thing at this point.
Mm-hmm.
People are fucking around with the fridge. Serafine is not interested in that.
As you open up the door... I'd like you to do a move roll.
Love that for me. I don't have any dice in that.
This is off of the living room.
Correct.
Where kind of Bart and I were poking around at blood.
Correct. And Courtney.
So if I don't have any die, do I just roll one?
Roll two.
Or do I roll
and
two and take the
lowest.
lower? Okay. It's a 4 and a 5, so a 4.
Okay. as you open up the door, you hear this, "Oh shit!" and a gunshot echo through the house. You just barely get grazed by a shot. Instead of taking 2 body, you take just 1 as it grazes past you. And inside you find this very lithe person, dark skin, bald, holding a gun, like shaking. And then immediately when he sees that it's a person, he, "Fuck, not again! I'm sorry, are you okay? I didn't mean to shoot you, I thought that you were one of them. Oh my god, I'm sorry."
I'm gonna run my hand through the blood.
Mm-hmm.
And my hair is gonna float a little bit. Get out of the room now.
Why?
Do you want to live or not, stupid?
He grabs the gun again. Go ahead and do a sway roll.
I can do that. That's a 6 on the only die I have.
Okay. He grabs onto the gun, puts it up, and you can see that he doesn't have the heart to willingly shoot somebody, so he...
You gonna look me in the eye and do that, or are you going to listen to what I say?
Okay.
First of all, give me that.
Okay.
Now.
Yes, mommy.
Hand it
Hands
over.
you the gun.
She's gonna aim it at him. Now get out of the fucking room.
I'm safe in here, though.
No,
I don't
you're
want to
not.
leave.
You're not safe in here. You're underground and this place is sinking. Do you want to stay here for the rest of your life until you die of starvation or suffocation?
Wait, how did you get in here?
Darling, I have my ways. Listen to the person who's holding the gun now.
Fine. Fuck.
We have a visitor. I found the one who did the shooting. And my side fucking hurts.
I'm sorry about that. I thought you were one of them.
There is not enough sorry in the world for you.
One
Stand in the middle of the room.
What?
Pull out some more handkerchiefs for you.
One of them, as he
A
points over
vine.
to the roots. Yeah. One of them. I thought that you were one of them.
So are you Jackie, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah? Who the fuck are you?
Jackie, eh? Well, I think all of us are your only friends in the world right now.
Fuck.
I'll ask you the same fresh question I asked your little love, lady love. Did you see a child in this house when you
No.
came here to rob it for a little
There's a
soap,
child
for a
here?
little toy? Well, I mean, yeah,
I didn't know.
you shot his dead.
Fuck. Wasn't supposed to go like this. It's supposed to be just an in and out job.
Who told you that? Who told you it was supposed to be just an in and out job?
Who the fuck is asking? Who the fuck are you? What are
people with
you
the
doing
guns?
here?
I would like to strike him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Would like to strike, please?
Please do.
Yeah, strike the man who
I would like to
hurt your
strike.
woman.
Thank you. Yeah, I look at the blood stain, look at him. He's getting jawy. Yeah, he's gonna get it.
Incredible. I love it.
We're not here to hurt you.
We're here to save you. We just may
Someone
not
wasn't.
like you.
That is a 5.
Amazing. All right, so you punch into his jaw. And he knocks out.
Well,
That's
I
an
just
excellent
kind
way
of
to
look
get
at Courtney.
information.
I look at
Oh.
Courtney and just let out the longest sigh. Now we got to drag him.
We could just
As-
leave him here.
I look at Serafina's
Actually-
gunshot wound. No, we don't.
As you strike him, you feel the house begin to grumble.
Oh, fuck.
As through one of the holes, this root comes out and tries to attack at you. I need you to do a move roll.
Gotcha.
Everybody be cool, with no violence.
I'd like to spend a drive.
Okay.
Oh, it just doesn't like any violence.
It doesn't react to the gun. It reacts to somebody
Guns?
being hit. But why didn't it
That's that
react
shit.
when I got hit?
I guess the room was burned, right? There was nothing in there.
That's a
That
4.
room was safe.
4. Okay.
Yeah.
As you try to move out of the way, it
Maybe the vines are misogynist.
like grabs onto your leg. It grabs onto your
Yeah,
leg,
they are.
crushes it slightly, but you're able to pull it out before it does any permanent damage. As it tries to pull on you down into that hole, you're going to take a body mark from that. But you are free as this thing is like slowly getting back up and is going to strike at somebody.
Aemmaline would have shifted to Courtney, seeing him get drugged.
Okay. So as he's almost being held by this thing and pulled, it loosens its grip and comes back out. You move over towards in front of Courtney. What is everybody else doing right now?
We're gonna try and be like, everybody be cool. No sudden movements, no aggression. We're very sorry. I'm gonna try and
Okay.
talk to the flats. We're very sorry. We don't mean anyone any harm, especially right now. We're sorry.
Aemmaline, I need you to do a move roll.
Whoa. That is a 6 on the gilded.
Incredible. Okay, so as I'll give you a choice here. So you can either grab onto it and hold it in position, or you can let it go and try to move Courtney out of the way, which he won't get hit if you grab onto him either way. But you can move him even further away from this thing. It's up to you.
I would grab it.
Okay, so you grab onto it. It is held in place for a moment. What is everybody doing?
I reach in like I'm gonna pull out a trick or something, but
Okay.
I have a hidden stiletto knife, and I try to like cut the body.
Incredible. Okay. Go ahead and do a strike roll, please.
Oh no.
Or actually, I guess this could be... Would this be control? Oh, no.
Daggers
or
are
control.
finesse.
Either one.
Yeah.
I would say strike. I mean, it's the same no matter what, so it's a 3.
Okay. A 3. Okay. As you cut into it, you hit it.
Mm-hmm.
That blade's not going to be enough.
Yeah.
It is too thick of a root to cut through with just a blade.
Wait, let it go. Courtney's not being dragged,
sorry.
right?
No.
Nobody's being dragged.
No, Courtney's free. I'm just sort of keeping it away.
It did strike towards Aemmaline, who was standing in front of Courtney. So Magnus had tried to sway it to stop, saying sorry. It struck anyways towards Aemmaline, who was in front of Courtney.
So nothing struck at the man who did the shooting, who's now conked out, because he was violent.
Can I drag him out of the room?
Who?
The person.
The person?
The
Okay.
knocked out individual.
Jackie, I think.
Aemmaline,
Jackie into the room.
Yes.
Yeah, Jackie,
you
Lydia,
feel
Jackie, and Jake.
this root trying to struggle to get out of your grip, and you feel yourself moving towards Everette.
I want to do some fuckity bullshit.
Amazing.
Because I know what
We love
I know what
fucking
this thing
bullshit
feels.
here.
No, I know what this thing feels like. And I'm going to try and root myself to sort of hold it in position. I'd like to try and use, like, I guess control to do that. And if that doesn't work, I have a backup plan.
Okay. I would say this would be more along the lines of... I feel like this would be either strike or move.
I mean, I'll
Whichever
take strike
one you would
if
feel.
that's, yeah.
That's fine.
I've got
Go
more
ahead with a
in
strike roll.
so I would take strike. I'm gonna save the drive. Cool. So those are both failures. So instead, I'm gonna use not again to hold it in place.
Okay, what is that?
That's the thing that I can only do once per assignment. And in order to have an automatic full success on an action, I immediately take a scar.
Oh, damn. All right. So then you...
It just says I have to tell the circle how I got it and why the lesson I learned is helping me succeed here. My logic is I know what it feels like when these things grab you, when they hold you. So figure out what the scar is afterwards, but I fully will brace myself, letting it wrap around me to keep Everette from being dealt with.
You get moved over almost like a rag doll as you're trying to plant your feet in, but you know that you're not going to win in trying to hold it in place. So you push into it. You're trying to push it back towards where it is. And that's what creates that stalemate between the two of you. Everette, you see Aemmaline is being almost thrown into you as you're pulling this person out of the room.
Yeah.
We are at a standstill here. It is still here. It is still trying to reach after you.
It wants the person that hurt everything.
Why don't you give him to it?
That's why I brought him out. Couldn't attack him in the room. I drop the person on the ground.
Okay.
We're just trying to help you, help your house, help Edwin, make sure everyone here is safe. That's the problem. Deal with it as you will.
Aemmaline, you were still holding on to this root.
Yeah.
In this situation, what would you like to do?
Do we have any way of knowing it's not going to hurt us if I let go?
No, of course not.
It's only going to continue to hurt you if you hold on.
We won't know anything until we go further down.
She's going to let go, but still sort of stay between it and Courtney and Everette if she can.
Okay.
Like step back
as you
behind
let go and
Becky.
push out of the way, you see this root twist and curl around this person in a defensive place. Seems to be defending this person.
Aye.
Because they're innocent?
They shot a person.
But maybe they didn't do it on purpose.
Maybe he has one of the toys on him.
Did he take the toy?
Yeah, because they were here to get a toy. Maybe they grabbed. He might have a toy on him somewhere.
If only he was awake, so we could ask him.
Maybe he's. I mean, it's possible. This all comes in toys and stuff. Maybe he's got a toy on him. I mean, it'd be nice if we could ask him. But Muscles over here took care of that real proper.
As you are all talking, you see that he comes to.
Don't freak out.
And immediately screams. Immediately screams when the root is over him. But like, ah!
Hey, calm down. Everything's gonna be okay, but we have one question to ask you.
What the fuck?
I need you to tell us if you took one of the toys.
No, we didn't get to. What the fuck is going on?
Did you take anything from the house already?
Do you have anything on you in your pockets?
No, I've just been in that closet the entire time.
Listen, nobody's going to judge you if you took something. We're trying to figure out what is protecting you.
I don't know.
I
swear.
I'm so tired of normal people. Okay. She's going to
Everett?
walk over to the hole.
I was wondering if I could use occult researcher in this moment, which is take one
Okay.
brain mark and ask the GM for an important occult detail that I would recognize from my
Okay.
studies that's not been revealed yet.
Okay.
Why the fuck is this person not be? Why the fuck? What the hell?
fuck? What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Fuck.
What the fuck?
It doesn't match any of the lore that we've learned about this thing.
I will
Lightkeeper.
ask.
What gives you the right?
Yeah.
What
I
gives you
will
the right?
ask for
Yeah.
a focus roll on top of this. I will give you information, but I want
Okay.
this to see if I can give you all of the information or just that occult part.
All right,
Help
I'm
in
gonna
any way.
use a drive.
Okay.
Unless you're gonna try to help me somehow magically.
I don't know if I mean I have
what is the roll? What is the roll?
It's a focus roll.
Okay.
Oh, I'll help you.
Okay.
Okay.
I will do. Ah. That is a 6 on my fucking gilded die.
Let's go.
Incredible. Okay. So-
1 on 2 on everything else, but woo, hey.
Serafina, you are helping with your own occult knowledge as Everett and you taking this information.
Jonny,
Oh, you're doing the
your
crack.
mic's doing the thing.
Yep.
He
Sounds like
got
your
possessed. The roots got him.
Birds got him. It sounds like your phone.
While we wait for Jonny, do we want to talk about how fantastic the Kickstarter is and how they're making all of these amazing supplements for Candela Obscura? What? Oh my goodness.
Also,
Maybe
if you
check it out
donate to
today.
give us extra stuff to the Trevor Project,
of
we might
course.
not die.
Yeah,
would
we
be
might
nice.
not die.
Yeah.
If you donate to the Trevor Project today, $10, we get extra dice. And you're
Yeah.
supporting an amazing cause.
Really, if we die and you don't donate, it's your
On you.
fault.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yo.
He's never been
That's
more.
really what it comes down to.
Yeah.
You gotta say words.
I'm gonna say who says
Oh.
words.
Johnny, if you're
Are-
talking,
Oh,
we
now we got
cannot hear
nothing.
you.
Here?
Oh,
Hello?
you like
Hey.
what the
Wait,
Are we
wait.
good?
He's back.
Yeah.
Everything is
Yeah,
fine?
he's
Okay,
back.
cool, great,
Everything's
awesome.
fine.
He's back.
All right, I think I got
Daddy's
that down
home.
to
Everything is good.
an art now. Okay,
Good bow.
so yes, Everett, Serafina, you both work together. Serafina, your occult knowledge, as well as Everett, your occult knowledge, you come together to realize this thing is protecting it. And Everett, when you're looking at it, doesn't make any sense when you look at this situation. But then you're near the closet and there is a musk that comes from it. And that's when you realize plants can smell. This guy has been in the closet for this entire time. This
Smells
thing
like closet.
probably thinks that this is him.
Smells like home.
It probably thinks that this is one of the family members.
Oh my god.
Oh, curious.
What the fuck is curious?
It thinks you live here.
What?
It likes
in
you.
the house adopted him?
Congratulations.
I don't know what the
New
fuck that
family.
means.
Congratulations! It didn't immediately stab you to death and then
So what'd you-
bleed you dry.
I can just walk around, and then he takes a step, and you see it move around him as if it's like a guardian angel, as he's just. Oh fuck!
I think
Okay.
it would be best if you.
I think it would be
Just-
best if you all let me go,
I mean,
and
yeah,
I
you
leave
could
right
leave.
now.
Sure,
Alright,
yeah,
I'd leave.
Don't save your
no,
friends or anything, just leave.
But what if could we get him to move? If it's following him, could it maybe shift so we can get
Darling,
it
there's
down?
roots all over this place. You're
Also,
How about
There's a-
It's not
you
going to
just go
change
over
anything.
there to the other corner of the living room, and I get the fuck out of here.
How about I'm going to
about
do
this?
what I please and you can walk out and I will remember your face for later. How about that?
Works for me. At least I'm alive.
Jackie, wait, Jackie. What are we getting
What the
Let
fuck,
him
Rash?
go. It's not pointless.
No. Jackie, do you think we're here alone? And do you think after you shot someone, there's not police outside?
That's true. They are outside.
Oh yes, you are a murderer.
Now, here's the thing. We can come out of this here.
And
You
you
see,
assault
you
women.
Yeah, you shot my
yourself.
friend. You shot the other man. He's dead. You can come out of this with a
He's
good
now
story.
probably an orphan.
You could say that you helped us. Maybe found the kid. You know, heroes find kids, Jackie. You know who, might get a lenient sentence, might get away. Maybe we'll help you get away. Now, if you go out there without us there and you get nabbed, you're just going to go to jail. Probably get a nice little necktie around the neck. So, how about you help us just a little? You got a friend over there, locked in the fridge. It's probably itching to see ya.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you got a friend. You're not the only survivor.
You
So
should
how about
fucking run
this?
with that. He's
I
going to
did.
immediately run
You
towards
see-
the kitchen.
You see, I was going to lead with that, but then you fucking shot me.
He doesn't answer. He runs into the kitchen, and you see
Stupid
the
bitch.
root following, and then slinking back as another root that's around the refrigerator begins to unravel.
While this is happening, can I go into that closet?
Yeah,
and
I was.
grab
Well,
a
do
jacket?
we know this?
I
Does
was
Everett
probably
say
doing
this
the
to
same
us?
thing.
100%.
Yeah, I was gonna say I want to grab a
Oh,
coat
totally
or
thinking the
something
same
that
thing.
has.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
This
I'm
was
gonna look
the
to-
one Easter egg that we had for this is like the one cool thing that we were like, plants
I love
fucking breathe. They can smell. Anyways, I
Do
assume
we-
that each of you are putting on a piece of clothing that you find
Yeah.
in the closet.
We
I
gotta
don't
test this. We
first.
gotta
I do
kill
want to
Jackie.
just want to whisper into Emmaline's ears, like, hey, if this guy gets squirrely, peel him like a banana.
No violence.
She fully freezes, and unless someone grabs her something from the closet, she's not gonna remember to grab something.
No violence.
Okay.
Magnus is gonna wrap a scarf around Aemmaline, seeing not paying attention, stuttering, just gonna kind of throw something at her.
Great.
Do we go check out the other room or do we go downstairs?
Oh no, we're going down now. I'm done. I'm done with this room. I'm done with these stupid burglars. Why do we bother saving people like that?
You see
Fair
Jackie
enough.
as you're walking through. Where are you going to go downstairs? There is a hole that has just kind of.
Do we know
opened-
where the
not opened
basement,
up, but-
like the stairs to the
Search
basement,
for basement
are?
stairs?
Yeah, you can start looking. There is that one door that went to the closet. There is another room on the other side of the kitchen that goes into a dining room, and as well as around the kitchen wall, there is another pathway that leads directly to the dining room from the living room, so you don't have to go through the kitchen. But that is the only other place that you haven't looked.
I'm
friends,
gonna
please
stay
don't
back. Oh, go ahead.
don't laugh at this potentially stupid idea. But if the house is going to protect us, what's stopping us from just jumping down that hole and hoping the house catches us?
You're so right. And she's gonna step to the edge.
You step to the edge,
that's-
and the tendrils of roots come to the edge of the hole, almost beckoning you in.
I'm gonna step into the roots.
It grabs onto you and then slowly drops you down into the basement.
Oh,
gonna
this is
wait.
pleasant.
I'm gonna wait a bit. I want to see what happens between Jackie and his lady love or whatever.
Okay.
I'm also going down the elevator.
I'd
Incredible.
like to test the limits of this a little bit. And I'm like, I've always wanted to do this. And I just T-pose and then fall back into the hole.
You are wearing a piece of clothing though, right?
I said a vest.
Great,
Yes.
right. Just
I
wanted
did say
to
vest.
double check.
Yeah.
All right, so you T-pose and immediately get
Leap of
your
faith.
arms pushed up because you can't go through this with the T-pose. But
Oh.
you are brought down into the basement.
They just pencil dive in.
And then you're lifted, you're turned back around before touching the ground.
Aemmaline is still where Magnus would have wrapped the scarf around her, and it would have taken her a few seconds to process, and then she would have waited for him to finish whatever he was doing. She's not going to leave him up here alone.
All right. Magnus, before we get to the people in the basement, you are watching as Jackie walks up to the refrigerator. The roots begin to unfurl around it.
Jackie, you want her to live?
Yeah.
I can help you. I can make sure you get out of here, but I need to know something first. Who hired you? Who hired you?
Why do you care?
Why do I care? It's my fucking job, mate.
I don't think I really need your help in this case. I'm not going to give up my employer just because you asked for me real nicely.
I can guarantee while you might make it out, your friend won't. And just in case just in case I'm wrong, I'm going to pull out a gun and be like, I think I'm protected right now too. We both might die, but guess what? You'll be fucking dead, and so will your friend. Tell me who fucking hired you. You killed a man. You made an orphan. You maybe killed a child with your actions. Give me a reason not to fucking cap you.
Go ahead and do a sway roll.
I'm gonna add a little mark. And I'm going to use a gun, so I'm going to add an extra die for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's for dramatic effect.
Of course.
So that's a die.
Full disclosure, he misses. I'm directly behind him. That is canon.
Also holding a gun.
2 6s.
That's a crit.
Yes.
Stars, baby, let's go.
Whoa.
So, as you threaten him, he just you wouldn't do that, right?
I cock the fucking hammer back.
Okay.
You're holding it sideways too, like they do in the movies.
It's a kill shot. It's the kill shot.
It's a kill shot. It's a kill shot. I work for the Red Hand. I don't know who dropped off the note at my home. We usually don't know who's hiring us because of this reason. But I can tell you, it was somebody high up there, because the letterhead that they sent only comes from the higher-ups. That's all I know, I swear. Now, can we go? You see Lydia barely crawling out.
Can I look at Magnus?
Yeah.
Did you get what you wanted?
Yeah, love.
I shoot him.
Oh! All right.
I'm going to burn a drive, so I can have 3.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 6 on the gilded.
Okay. You shoot him. And it is a kill shot. He falls to the ground. And you feel the house lurch as a root. We'll get to this. Everyone that got to the basement. Everett, you were the first one, or was it Sarah?
Serafine was the first
Sarah
one.
was the
I was
first one.
second.
Sarah, when you arrive at the basement,
Mm-hmm.
all you see is this small little sliver of flooring that is then next to a gaping hole beneath you. It overlooks this top of a tall, old Farron tower that begins to glow with that red pulse. It doesn't begin, sorry. It just pulses with that red light from the top of it. You see it pushing out of the top, almost like a lighthouse.
Okay.
You see old, thick roots coming from what used to be the foundation of this house, this basement.
Mm-hmm.
Now all descend onto and curl around and under that balcony at the top of the tower, 20 feet below. That soft red pulse illuminates a handful of ruined structures that surround the tower, as well as the hum that you hear is also amplified and is also joined by the discordant screeches and unexplained sounds of old fare that go beyond your sight because it is pitch black down here.
So we're in
minus
old
this
fare right
one
now.
light. Correct.
Okay.
So,
Have I been to Old Fair before?
I imagine so. Yeah, with your past, you've probably been here, but you've never been here before. This is new.
So the basement's just gone then.
Correct. It is a open, gaping hole that has entered into the lower levels of Old Fair, and there is just a tower that is just beneath this house.
So where do the roots put me down?
The roots put
they
you
just
down on this
holding me?
small patch of stone that
Okay.
is just barely enough to hold all of you. And the only reason why you didn't have to do any sort of checks or anything like that is because the roots set you down on a safe place. So, while that happens and everybody jumps through the hole and is placed on this little safe platform, you see one of those large roots that go deeper into the Old Fair ruins lash up through that hole. Aemmaline, a root shoots up from the floorboards of the living room and try to latch onto you. I need you to do a move roll, please. You're muted.
I'm gonna use the extra die that someone bought for me.
Amazing.
It's a 5 on the gilded.
Okay. I will say it grabs onto you. You don't take any damage yet. Magnus, you have a moment to respond to this. Is there anything you would like to do?
If I can, I've got my coat on. I've got some extra scent on me. I guess, like, basically try to wrap my arms around Aemmaline. And if it's going to take her, it'll have to take me too, I suppose.
Fair enough. Each of you see Magnus and Aemmaline barrel down that hole and get thrown down into the top of that lighthouse balcony. Both of you take one body mark each.
Is it possible for me to have sort of shifted so that rather than Magnus taking it, I take them both?
What? I refuse.
We're protecting my adopted dad.
I know this is happening, and I struggle the entire time, so we both get even bits.
Yeah. I would say that in this case, there's no way that you could have saved him from falling. Yeah.
That fucking sucked.
But the roots release. And you were left on the top of this tower. Seeming like either it had a change of heart, it thinks you're dead, or it caught your scent once again.
I'm gonna wave to my companion. Oi! Jackie's dead, by the way. Accident.
All of you see just these tangling roots creating almost like a wall, like vines in a jungle, reaching down onto this lighthouse.
Can I grab hold of one of the roots that helped me? Can I will it since I have the scent on me to kind of bring me over there? They reach, so.
You can't will it. Well, actually,
Okay.
you have. You know what? Go ahead and do a sense roll, I'd say.
Okay.
You could probably will it.
Yeah, I could.
My God, Serafine just became poison ivy.
Yep.
Oh, I got a 5 and a 4.
Okay. I will say you don't will it,
Okay.
but
I ask it nicely.
you take a step off of this short cliffside
Yeah, with intent.
and it grabs onto you, bringing you down to the top of the tower.
Bart would immediately seeing this like getting closer to this magic happening. Bart would follow immediately.
Amazing. That leaves only 2. Everette and Courtney. Everette, what are you doing? Are you jumping
mean-
down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to, yeah.
Courtney?
It worked once. I'm gonna leap of faith.
Both of you fall and are immediately grabbed by 2 of the other roots that dangle down into this tower. They grab onto you and place you down onto the top of the tower safely.
As I land, I look to Magnus and Aemmaline. He's dead? So that's
Yeah,
why you got
accident.
thrown down here?
I mean, yeah, an accident.
Did you learn anything at least?
He was working for the Red Hand.
You see her expression change completely. She looks very upset. What did you say?
He worked for the Red Hand.
Fuck.
They didn't know anybody in particular. Got orders from somebody high up.
No. No. Oh no. We have to find the source of this now. This has to end now. We have to end this now. Right now.
I'm down for that as well.
Point
Right
me in a
now.
direction. Point me in a direction.
What do we see in this tower?
Yeah.
At the top of this balcony, you see a short stone stairway that leads to the outer wall of the tower.
Okay.
As you descend, you find shattered windows surrounding the top level of this with thick roots cutting through them, and a singular open doorway that leads inside. Within this doorway is a small platform that hangs from a series of ropes and chains at the center of this circular catwalk. And as it moves around that platform, you see the catwalk ends with a spiral stairway that descends to the source of that pulsing red glow and the
I'm like
rhythmic
practically
hum.
sliding down the damn banister to get there.
As you do, you
fully.
find the source of this, a large spherical contraption with multiple rings layered on top of another. Each of these rings are tangled by a dozen thick roots that all coalesce and connect into a small object at its center,
How dare you do this to me?
a wooden doll.
Yep.
Near
Okay.
this, you find a cluster of roots forming a small makeshift cage where you hear the sobbing of a young boy.
Edwin? Is that you?
Yeah,
Are you okay?
I don't know what's going on. I just woke up to everything breaking, and then it pulled me down here.
It's gonna be all right. We're gonna get you out of here.
Who are you? Do you know my dad?
Friends. In fact, we do.
Okay, is he okay?
He sent us here to help you.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I just want you to think right now. I want you to believe we're here to help you, and you are safe now. There's nothing to be afraid of, and I need you to believe it.
Okay. Okay. I'm safe. You just hear him beginning to repeat that. Meanwhile, what is everyone else doing?
I'm approaching the sphere with the doll.
You see that it's like
Following Serafine.
it's just this gyroscopic thing that is just tangled with roots that make it impossible for this thing to move.
Is the doll attached to it?
The doll is at the center of it, and out from its back, you see all of the roots branching out into what you find to be exactly what you saw in your vision. All of the roots leading up to the bottom of the house and all the way through it.
I need this device.
It's pretty big, though. Just so
Like
you
how
know.
big?
This is like, we're talking, it's probably like 4 feet wide.
Still,
we can get that out of the house.
I need this device. The red hand cannot have this thing. I do not want.
Are you saying this out loud?
I don't want them. No, I'm saying this out of character. I need this thing. I cannot let the red hand have this. I cannot let her have it. That would not be good.
Did we all follow Serafina down?
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah.
I should fucking hope so.
Yep.
Otherwise, I'm gonna do some freaky shit, and thankfully nobody will be able to see it.
You're gonna do freaky shit regardless.
That's
It's
true.
what I do. That's my whole job. When I approach this thing, does it react in any kind of way?
It does not, and the only reason why is because it seems like it's in a dormant state, since it's not moving.
It's not attacking.
Whatever generates its power, it's not doing anything at the moment. It does have that red glow that pulses from like the base of it, but outside of that, doesn't seem to have anything.
Where are the vines in comparison?
Vines
Sorry, I
are
was just trying to make
all around. Yeah, so
like are around
if
the machine or like
if
in
the
the
tower's
room
like
in
this,
general?
if the tower's like this, roots go all the way down it, and then kind of come down almost like a spider web network that then comes up it, curling around it, and then entangling itself within all of the layers of this gyroscope. And then at the center of it, you see that wooden doll, the same one that Serafina had written and drawn in her notebook, right there with all of the roots branching out of its back.
Can I use sense to reveal what I can do to make this all stop? Because sense is a tune channel reveal, so can I reveal?
Sure, yeah. Go ahead and do a sense roll as you're opening yourself up to.
I'm gonna use the die I got
everything
from
around
chat since we gotta use the donuts
I'll give you
today.
I'll give you a drive.
Okay.
So do I get 4 die?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh no, one just fell on me. Oh, it is no. Oh, I got 2 6s.
Ooh,
I got a 2,
shit.
a 1, and 2 6s.
Okay.
Thank you, Everette. That's all you.
Yay. He did something.
You bring out your senses. Now you are at the source of that vision that you had seen. You connect yourself to whatever this being is, and you find it's like everything goes dark, and you just see this glowing red tree of roots that climb up into the house, and now you look up and you can see it. Every bit of this house is just completely encased in like almost a root cage, almost.
Mm-hmm.
This house is completely filled with them. All of them coalescing into this one thing. As you approach this gyroscope, you can see that there is a clear cut between where this toy begins and where the roots begin. There is a point where everything comes out of the wooden doll.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like that needs to be severed before you can move it or do anything.
So as I'm revealing this, do I know if something physical can sever it, or do I need to do something more extreme?
They're roots, which means that they are, in the end, wood. You also, since you crit, you also remember that fire is something that is especially effective to it. And that's also when you loop in that fire on the second floor in the kids' room. There was a lamp that had been crushed. The floor had been cracked. You get this vision of the lamp falling and a root being just underneath it as it burst into flame and then immediately slammed into it, it disconnecting from it and then slithering away.
I would like to... Would my occult supplies include fire things?
Occult supplies.
I have laboratory
Oils
equipment.
and-
Is that like
if
Laboratory
Sarah-
equipment would definitely have something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
If I see them start to mess around with flammable things and I can understand what they're doing, I'm gonna be like, maybe we should get the kid first before.
And yeah, that's what you're all doing, right?
I don't think the roots will do anything to him, but I need to sever here, and she will point right here. I need to be very careful.
Is Everett's holding like a little blowtorch?
Preferably. Oh. Could you help me with this?
Serafina,
Yes.
it's probably not going to like when you try and sever it, is it?
If we stop talking about it and just do it, it will probably be fine.
Kid is safe quickly first.
Yeah, let's handle the kid first.
If
everything goes alight, I'd like the kid to be able to come with us
I
and
don't
not be
think
trapped.
everything is going to go alight. I think I'm going to disconnect it and all the vines will die.
But just to be safe.
Yeah, let's be safe.
Okay.
Let's try first. Let's just give it a little try.
Sure. Every second we waste, the red hand gets closer to taking this thing. Go right
Not
ahead.
gonna help. Not gonna help Magnus move the kid, but I am, however, keeping a hand on the scarf that was tied around my neck in the need to create a distraction.
Okay.
I think Craig and I will go over to Bart. Sorry.
Yeah, all good.
Craig's down there
Bart
too.
and I will go over.
Yeah.
We'll go over and see if there's
We
some
have a
way that we
new-
could.
We have a new circle number named Craig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Hey, what up,
Bart's twin brother.
Exactly.
He's
Bart and I
Craig,
will
just
go
like
over.
Craig the Fantabulous.
Yeah.
Craig the Fantabulous,
Fantabulous.
And see if we can try and figure out a way to kind of get the kid out. I think Bart already kind of like started. Maybe we could, with a little bit more prompting or something, it'll come free.
I was thinking of like touching the cage, like slowly, like talking about my intention to be safe with the kid, and like, thank you so much for keeping Edwin safe, but your job is done now. We're here to make sure that he can be even more safe and warm and have a nice meal. So thank you so much, but we need to take Edwin now.
Are you waiting for any reaction from this, or are you going to try and...
I would wait a few seconds to see if something happens.
Okay. Go ahead and do a focus roll.
Okay. I'm gonna spend a drive.
Yeah.
6. 2 4s and a 6.
You can see that there is no reaction to your audible commands.
Mm-hmm.
There hasn't been since the very beginning of things. Magnus tried very hard to do some of these, persuasive bouts, but every single time it seemed like they fell on deaf ears. Or plant with no ears.
Magnus, can you help me get Edwin out of this cage?
Yeah, I'll put my hands both reaching for it.
Yeah.
I'll be safe.
Make sure the coat or whatever that I have, that's like what I found, making sure that's like leading, making sure the scent is proper.
Okay. How are you going to as you're reaching towards it, it doesn't react.
I'm gonna try and put hands on it.
You put a hand on it. Doesn't react.
Very gently, I'm gonna try and just kind of like move it.
It doesn't give.
Hey, Edwin, have you tried pushing against these at all?
No, I was afraid that it would hurt me.
It won't hurt you, I promise. I promise it won't hurt you. Could you try? Could you try for me? We'll be right here.
Okay.
Remember, think of the safety.
Three. Can't. It's too strong. I can't. I'm still safe though, right?
Yeah, you're safe. Of course you're safe.
Okay.
Hey, Bart, maybe if we work together, you take one, I take the other, and Edwin, you could help us out.
Okay.
All three at the same time.
All three at the same.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
3.
I'll wrestle it open.
One of you to helm a strike roll.
Not me.
I've got 1 to strike.
I have 0.
You'll get an extra die from, which is way generous for Edwin's part in this, but you'll get 1 extra die from him helping you.
So one from me, 1 from Edwin. Is there any way? See if do I have anything that would be like I feel like if I were to take out a crowbar, this would be taken negatively. So I do have burglary implements.
That is up to you.
Burglary implements. Maybe I got like there is like some contraption, like a reverse clamp that can put pressure on something that I have. It doesn't look anything like a weapon, doesn't have the vibe of a weapon, and it's just like it helps spread things a little bit. I'll take that out of my backpack, and we'll see if it. I'll like take it out very slowly, see if there's any reaction. Like take it a little farther.
I'll give you an extra die for that. For using a tool.
Bring in that tool. Take out my gun, shoot it. No. All
It's my one gimmick, Ryan. It's my one gimmick.
Oh no, 6. You have more gimmicks than that.
6.
It's a 6.
Amazing.
And it's on the last drive die.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
It's like a jack basically that I'm like cranking.
You crank it and you hear,
Whoa.
Wow.
once more.
Wait, not doing
As you begin
anymore?
to hear, roots are cracking. And immediately when you set that in, and then immediately when you say 3, Bart, you pull. Magnus, you pull. Edwin pushes, and that's when it shatters open. And that's when you see all of the vines and roots around you come to life.
Now, please.
And
I
begin
was
to
prepped for this.
Now,
roll
please.
down at each of you. So, with that in mind,
I was
yes,
prepped for this.
what would you like to do?
I was prepped for this. I want
I
to sever
ripped
the
my
thing.
scarf off.
Okay.
So that way it doesn't recognize me as something it likes. And that
Okay.
hopefully, rather than it attacking my friends, it will come for me so they can do what they need to do.
I would like you to do a swing, please.
Oh, I'm so good at that. I'm just great at that.
Whitney
Commanding
actively
anyone
trying to
to
kill her
attack.
character.
We love
Could I sway with my body? Or
Pardon?
like a convincing? Like, can I move in a way that would? I'm just trying to find a way to use move versus sway.
I really just want to sever the connection on this thing.
Because
You
I'm
would
trying
have
I'm trying to be
I have
loud.
the answer to the puzzle.
Severus.
I have a
you
gun. I'll
have to
shoot
come
the
up
vine.
with
I'll
something
shoot the
else
vine.
than
Oh my god.
I'll
You're gonna shoot the
fucking vine.
okay. Okay.
I have no dice in sway. If I try and sway it, it's not gonna work.
It'd be funny.
Okay. All right.
Jim, please, I'm begging you.
Yeah.
So, as
I've
it
been
is
waiting to do
extremely
this.
overgrown here, please do a control roll.
Just
Who's
trying
doing
to be a
control?
distraction.
Aemmaline is?
Yeah.
5 on my gilded.
Okay. I will say that you hit one of the vines, or rather roots, that is going to lash out towards Bart and Magnus. You shoot it out of the way, but it's not coming after you alone. It is still going to go after Magnus and Bart. You did stop them from being hit now, which I will say Bart and Magnus will now have a +1 d6 to your move rolls to get out of the way.
Can we roll those now, or is other stuff going on?
That is up to
Fire?
you. If you want to do a move roll, that's fine. Or I can be persuaded any way that you would like to do your action here. But that was Aemmaline's. Magnus and Bart, do you guys want to go now?
Oh, I was going to see if other people wanted to go first.
Yeah.
There might be some stuff going on.
I know, Sarah, you were waiting for this specific time.
Yep.
What do you want to do?
I knew this was gonna happen if they did this. Okay, cool.
No.
I look to Everette. Do you want to help me with this blowtorch thing?
Yep.
Okay, great. Let's do it. What do we roll for this?
Yeah.
Great question. I don't
Arson.
fucking know.
Roll
This is
for-
such
roll
a
for-
this is such a niche thing. Part
Listen,
of me
it's
wants to
either
say
that
control.
or I'm gonna do magic about it, and that nobody's gonna like that.
Maybe,
I
yeah,
would
like
say,
using your sense to choose the right ones to burn.
I am
describe to me what
supernaturally
you would like
welding
to
this
do.
thing to death.
I know that you
want
have
to-
the torch.
I just want to sever where
Like my
I
torch and my
know I
knife.
need to sever it from. I want to sever at the point where it needs to be severed.
Okay. Everett needs to do a control roll.
I would love it to not to be strike instead. I would love it to be strike instead of control.
What I'm thinking
I'm
is that
breaking
you are
control.
holding this torch
I have
in
control.
place. It's
Okay.
not striking. Okay, so then
Okay.
if you want to hand it over,
I have control.
Yeah.
Serafina, please do a control roll in this situation.
Okay.
I cannot help you, but I gave you a blowtorch, which helps.
Does that,
Hey,
yeah,
if
does
you're
that
using
help?
a
Here.
tool, that's a D6. Yeah.
That'll give
I'll
me,
give you,
that'll
I'll
give
give you
me,
a D6 on this. Yeah.
Wait, so I'm using a tool. Wait, I'm getting help
get
for a
an extra
D6. I'm using a
D6.
tool for a D6, so I have 3?
No,
You're
I
not
can't
getting
help you.
help.
I have 2.
You have
2.
two.
I'm rolling 2 die. Okay. 4 and a 3.
Okay. At the same time, Everette, I need you to do a strike roll, please. Taking advantage of the heating up of these roots as Serafine is blow torching them.
Yeah, and I'm using the only knife that's in my house, the one that Magnus gave me.
Unfortunately, I won't give you an extra die for this because it's just a knife.
While I burn it.
This, if it was like an axe, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good knife, dude.
Wait.
I don't know if you considered.
Before we roll,
good knife.
Did I say saw this coming? When I use of saw this coming, I spent like 7 p.m. I have been sharpening that knife and prepping it so it could be razor fucking sharp. I do not trust Everette to take care of the knife.
While you're saying that, this knife does not leave Everett's side. This knife is glued to Everette.
You have to sleep sometime.
Not at 7 p.m.
At some point during the night, I like just saw this coming, or maybe when I first gave it to you with the intent of that, like I had prepped it to be razor sharp, like just so like well made all that stuff.
Yeah. So, okay.
Extra
I'll give
D6.
you that extra D6. Yeah.
Yes.
Gotta use them.
Oh no.
Yay or nay?
No. Do I have to do magic about it to fix it?
No.
Do I have to do magic about it? Because I will.
I rolled a 1 and a 2.
Oof. All
Great.
right.
That's great. That's super great.
Serafine, you start this chain reaction of roots coalescing around each of you and trying to stop what you are doing.
Yeah.
It doesn't go for you, it goes for Everette, who then gets grabbed and thrown into the wall. You're gonna take a body and a bleed.
Oh no.
Okay.
I
think there's the moment where like Everette like pulls the knife out and he does like bit too like dexterous of like a swing with it and then just freezes before he does anything. And then it just bludgeons him.
GM, can I do magic about it? Because I'm desperate now.
Sure.
Desperate.
Before you do, I want to go to Courtney because Courtney hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah, true.
Oh, I've been waiting.
Let's do it. Let's hear what we do.
Yeah.
Let's go.
No, I don't. I look to
Maybe I
Sarah
won't do magic.
and I just say, like, how badly do we need to sever this? Right now.
This is imperative.
Okay, then I am going to rip the scarf off of Aemmaline. I am going to take.
It's already off.
Oh, Tremaine, I take it out of your hand, whatever, or grab it off the floor.
Yep.
I need an implement of some sort, like a rope or a tie, and then I take a grenade out of my pocket, and then
No, don't destroy the artifact.
don't destroy the artifact. Well, it's
we
going
need to
kill
sever the
us.
connection. Sever
We need
the
to sever the
connection.
connection. Okay, well, I try to hide as much panic as I can, and I say, if you don't solve this with what you have, then this is what I have.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna do some forbidden shit.
There it is.
So what?
Oh,
I'm gonna use forbidden ritual. Basically, I want to because it says I can change the environment, conjure a phenomenon, save a dying person, as a result of achieving my desired outcome. I do get a bleed scar.
Yes.
So I would like to.
This can be fixed, or this can be changed. It's flexible. So what would you like to do with your forbidden ritual?
I want to sever the connection to stop this phenomenon from happening, but I don't want to break the artifact. I want the artifact.
Of course. Okay.
So I want to maybe like sever it, put it to sleep so that it won't reactivate until I'm ready.
Okay.
That is the goal. I want all of this to stop because that child is in danger. My friends are in danger. We need to get the fuck out of here. We cannot be hanging out down here.
Okay.
Yeah. And more importantly, I don't want the red hand to fucking have this.
I don't know if this matters, but I just burned 500 channel points to give a D4 inspiration. Just saying that. Just saying that.
Sure.
Saying that.
Well, I mean, I don't think it does anything in this situation because this is just an automatic thing that happens.
Oh, it just happens.
It just gives me correct.
You get a star for joy.
I get
Really
a
quick.
bleed scar.
before this settles, Bart and Magnus, what are you doing right now? Are you running?
I'm gonna try and hide. I got the kid. I don't know. Bart, do you want the kid or do I have the kid?
I want to. So I want to sense and like maybe attune or channel to this thing and let it know that I don't have ill intentions.
Okay.
For this, I like.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to use my intuition to do that.
All right. Go ahead and do a sense roll. Magnus, do a hide roll.
I'm burning a drive.
We're gonna see how this plays out. Also. And then we'll move to Serafine.
Do I still have an extra one because of what Aemmaline did, or no?
This is a sense, I would say, not in this situation, not for this specific action.
That checks out. Yeah.
5. As I guess I'll have the kid. I'm just gonna like try and hide someplace, get away from these vines.
I got a 5 as well.
5 as well.
Just a pair of 5s.
We're just trying to help.
You try to put your sense out, and the root comes barreling towards you and stops. And as you put your sense out, you feel this burning sensation of bleed burning into your head before you have to shatter your connection. And the root comes back up and is going to go for another swing. You're going to take a bleed mark from that. Magnus, you successfully hide out of the way, placing the kid in a safe place, and then feel yourself being crushed on your ankle as one of the roots grab onto you and try to pull you away. As you're being pulled out of this hiding spot, Bart, as you will have a root barreling towards your face. Serafina, tell me what happens.
I will drag my hand through against the wound in my side and cover my hands in blood, and I will clap my hands together and just kind of pull them apart, and I'm basically channeling energy into my blood, which is not something that you're supposed to do. And I will use the energy of the blood to basically, I'm encircling the artifact so that it has no choice but to sever the connection so that I can encapsulate it and put it dormant.
Amazing.
Until I'm ready to use it again.
Bring your hands apart, you see the doll in the center mimicking that movement with the roots that are on its back. It shakes violently until finally shattering as the roots break off of it. The gyroscope immediately begins spinning rapidly. This thing gets shot out, the doll gets shot out towards the wall, shatters, gone. And then you begin to see roots cracking and then shifting before finally sundering. You also find these roots are beginning to retract up the tower as you hear a groan from the house above. At that moment, silence before the top of the tower, you see this giant hole that erupts open where a piece of the house has fallen onto this tower and has fallen off. The house is collapsing in front of you as these vines seem to be shriveling and dying. It was one of the only things holding this house up.
Great.
So, with that in mind, what do you all want to do?
I grabbed the gyroscope.
The artifact that I was, what shattered? You said something shattered,
So
not the artifact.
The doll
I used the magic to.
Doll got ejected from the gyroscope. That shattered.
My ritual,
This is still running.
but my ritual grabbed the whole thing. That's what the intent of the ritual was.
Gyroscope,
I want
as well
I
as
want the whole thing.
I see. I see.
want
Okay,
the
so you're
artifact,
wanting
the whole
it inside.
thing.
Got it.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So then the artifact,
The gyroscope controls the doll, right?
it doesn't seem to be that way. It just seemed to be entangled within it. It just
That's
found
okay, I
its
want
place
the whole-
here.
I want the whole package.
Okay. You have the doll within this thing. It is a large item. Courtney, you are going to be picking it up and trying to bring it.
Yep.
What is everyone doing? We're running up.
We got the kid
helping Courtney.
and running.
Okay.
It's a big ass thing, so
Okay.
Yeah, Aemmaline,
All right.
this is what we do.
yeah.
We are going to be starting a countdown.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to be setting it at 6.
Oh.
With each failure, that knocks it down 2. With each
Great.
mixed success, that knocks it down 1. With each success, it is 0. So, as this is all happening, Bart, Everette, Magnus, Serafine, both of you are fine. Or all 4 of you are fine. Aemmaline and Courtney, I need you to both, one of you, do a move roll.
What you gotta move?
I've got 2 and it's gilded.
I only have 1, so I'll burn a drive and give you 1.
And I can burn drive too?
Yes.
Yeah, I got plenty because I kept taking marks.
Okay.
All right. Then that is going to be 4 dice. That's a 6 on gilded. Actually, that's 2 6s. That's a 6, a 3, a 3, and a 6 on the
That's
drive.
a crit. Incredible. So you are grabbing onto this gyroscope and you are pulling it up. The side of the tower that had been broken off is now completely open, which then leaves an opening for this gyroscope to go through that opening and directly up. But now you have the entire basement and this 20-foot gap from this tower up to the basement of this house. So, for that, Serafine, Everette, Magnus, Bart, what do you all want to do?
Is there a word?
Grab the kid and get out.
Okay, the kid is already grabbed. You
Okay.
have the kid at the
I
top
wanna
of the
get out.
tower. You're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do we bridge the gap between the top of the tower and the bay in the this house though? Because you said it's like 20 feet.
There are vines. There are vines that are going up. So you could climb up that, or if you have
grab
something
them.
else that you could do.
I have
wanna-
survival gear.
Okay, that could be used to help.
I got
Yeah,
burglary
so-
kit.
Could I like search for a good, like the best place to climb up?
Absolutely. Go ahead
Or, like,
and do
inspect,
a
maybe?
focus roll.
Yeah. Okay. 6.
Amazing. So you you quickly run around to try and find any roots that don't immediately fall down or just shrivel in your hand. You find 3 roots that are good and solid. So each of you all begin to climb up and find yourselves on the top at the basement level. The house is crumbling around you. The stairway that goes directly up is broken and shattered. You see there's a laundry chute that goes up to the first floor, and then you have the holes just above you that are about 7 feet above. What do you like to do?
I'd like to survey the area to see which one of these is the most promising to get
Okay.
us out of here.
Okay.
I'll use
Go ahead and do a survey roll then.
drive. There we go. Got my drive there. Roll. Buh. If you do resistance, it's a reroll, right?
It is a reroll of your regular roll. So if you have 2 in survey, it'll be just 2 die.
Can't be much worse than that, so might as well use it. It could be worse. A 3.
Okay. The countdown is dropped down to 4.
Great.
You look around and try to find some sort of a good way to get out of the basement, fuck it. Go up the stairs. That's the easiest way. All of you rush over to the stairs, and roots begin to shoot out of the sides and try to grab onto you. Magnus, you're held for more than a moment, where you have to hand the kid over to somebody else as they continue to rush through this house. You're gonna take a body mark, Magnus.
Use body armor to absorb that.
Okay.
So,
but you were able to quickly free yourself and then continue running.
All right.
The house is now, most of the walls around you have collapsed inward as the house is slowly sinking further and further down. The stairs to the second floor have been covered by debris once again, and the gaping hole in the ceiling above the kitchen, there's a gaping hole above the ceiling that is spewing out water, seeming to be where the bathroom was. You also have the hole that was from the kids' room. What do you all want to do?
Wait, so just to clarify, we're all up now.
Yeah.
You are all on the first floor of the house. It is still sinking down, but you still need to get out of this sinkhole.
Does that include Aemmaline and Courtney?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
It does.
Because we're
yes.
lifting the thingy.
You guys
We're
have
all
been
there, yeah.
you have been following behind
Cool.
and somehow being able to lift this thing up. Those vines being seen to be the most sturdy was a very good thing for each of you. So, hole is just above the kitchen. There's a hole just above the living room where the kids' room is, and there is a bunch of debris on the stairway. If you want to try and pull some stuff out so you can run out that way, what do you all want to do?
Is there any way Aemmaline and I can take the front and actually navigate this a little bit better? Like, we're the ones with the gigantic piece. Like, we're the widest portion. Can we make
Sure.
a move roll to navigate better?
Yes, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Where are you gonna try and go? There are at least 3 different options that are in front of you. You could try to go to the stairway, the hole just above the kitchen, the hole just above the living room, or you can find some other way to do this.
Can I survey to see which one would be the best option?
Sure. Yes.
I'm going to burn my last intuition drive, so I get 3 dice in this. Preferably ones I can read. That is a 5.
Okay. You quickly run over towards the one in the living room, hoping that something is going to be, clear here. But as you rush over, you find the entire part of the living room collapses in on itself. You have to go to the one in the kitchen. So you get up on the counters, begin climbing up the side of this wall to get up into the bathroom and out of the what seems to be split tub. You reach out, and I will say, Courtney, go ahead and do a move roll. Also, the countdown is put down to 3 now.
Another drive.
Okay.
Do you need another one on top of that?
I'll take it. I'll absolutely
Yeah,
take it.
I'll give you one more.
Thank you. 5.
Okay. It is ticked down to 2. You are able to pull the gyroscope through this opening in the tub, and you're able to pull it through the doorway, and you are now on the second floor. But every window around you is covered in the earth. You are submerged now. But you do see there is parts of the roof that are starting to collapse. I will say you are able to, anybody that's not carrying anything, including Bart,
Yeah.
you are able to make it out. But this last roll is going to determine whether this gyroscope comes with you and possibly missing somebody else, or if it's lost forever. So, I need one last move roll between Courtney and Aemmaline.
I'm gonna say I saw this coming.
Okay.
One last. I throw pull open my coat and I've got a big thing of rope. So they can either use it to attach it to the gyroscope. I can try and attach it on my side or whatever, just to help them out, whatever they end up wanting to do in the situation. But I throw down some.
All right.
How much drive can you use on a roll?
As many as you want.
What
Awesome.
kind of roll is this again?
You can have as at maximum 6 d6s for your roll.
What's the roll going to be?
This is a move roll.
Okay.
I can max that out right now. I have enough drive.
That is up to you.
Absolutely, I will.
Do you want to keep one last drive for yourself, and I will give you one
Ooh, just
in case you need it?
How much? I'm not even going to ask how much you have. I know what you're like. Absolutely, I'll take your drive.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yep. And drive, and then one more standard for the tool. Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saw
Right,
this
yeah,
coming.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Used all of them this adventure.
66.
Oh, that is 6d6. I grunt, I moan, I try to heave at this gyroscope as best I can. It's a 5. Even with all those dice, it's still a 5.
Well, nice
Yeah.
one though.
Yeah.
We were
I only everything else was a fail.
We were at Jesus Christ. All of the other ones were a fail, and you got a 5 on one.
Jesus.
Holy shit! Good thing you all fucking did that.
I
That's
needed the dice.
wild. So, with a mixed success, that brings us down to 1, which means the countdown didn't hit 0. Which also means, Magnus, you are able to rip this gyroscope out as Courtney, you push up in the conjunction. Both you and Aemmaline push this gyroscope up, ripping it out of the roof that is already collapsing. It lands onto the cobblestone floor as it just goes clunk into the ground. Now, who's gonna go first? Is it gonna be Aemmaline or is it gonna be Courtney to rush out of here?
Self-sacrificing motherfuckers. Who's gonna self-sacrifice most?
He's got, if I've counted correctly,
over here.
he's got 3 marks in body. And I only have 2, which means there's not a shot in hell I'm letting him go last. I would be last.
Okay.
I've been
Courtney?
tracking.
Wait, if you have 3
I
marks
would-
in body, you take a scar.
Yeah,
I only have
but-
2. I only have 2 marks in body, but I
You only have 2? I thought you had 3.
Yeah, I only have
Yeah,
2. I
you
only
can't
did
have
take
3
2,
without
yeah.
taking a scar.
Yeah. So.
Oh no, it's
but,
3, and then the next one is the scar, isn't it?
4, and then 5th one
Yeah.
is the scar. Yeah.
Okay.
Courtney has a certain amount of. He doesn't worry a lot about Aemmaline.
4th
but
one, sorry. 3.
Yeah, I was gonna
4th
say
one is a
that's
scar.
not-
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
3 and
Yeah,
then the
I
one
said
had
it and
2.
I was like,
Anyway.
that's not right.
Yeah, still only had 2. Doesn't make a difference. What I'm gonna say though is that Courtney has sort of been ignoring and has been sort of compartmentalizing and pushing down the fact that he knows that Aemmaline has been pushing herself for 2 full missions at this point. And a little bit of a crack in the shell of needs to not worry about the protege and just let her be that martyr for, and he looks at her and he says, go now.
Not without you.
He takes her by the chin. I wasn't asking. Get out.
You don't get to sacrifice yourself for me.
And he is going to take a step backwards, back into the house. Make a choice.
There's
Floor
a
is
single
crumbling
tier.
beneath you.
Single tier. She jumps out.
You hear Magnus say in the background, in the time y'all had this fucking conversation, you both could be at this fucking house. Get the fuck out!
And then
Aemmaline, you jump out. Courtney, you follow just behind, just as the rest of the roof crushes on to your leg. You take 2 body from that.
that's I don't know how you can justify this. I still have body armor.
That soaks one.
I will accept if you're you can't have leg body armor that
Hey,
stops
use
things
that
from
body
being
armor.
crushed.
Take
Body armor's for your
it.
whole self, though. That's how blade-based
Is a
games
leg
work.
a part of your body?
Yeah,
Yeah.
say
I'm
part of
throwing-
it's crushing
I'm
you,
throwing
but then
this-
there's like a wood piece that's going to pierce you in the side, and it's absorbed.
If you
by the-
let him use his
Yeah.
body armor, I will use nerve for my last use of behind me to just sort of pull him, pull him the rest of the way.
However you want to do this,
That way, I'll
have,
split it if that's what I have to do.
I do have body armor left.
All right. I'm nothing if not a merciful GM.
So
That's
If
true.
you
Wonderful.
use your nerve, you lose the body armor. You'll take one body, and you are able to get pulled out as Aemmaline knows that you are coming right after her, and pulls you out just as it nicks your ankle. It is definitely sprained. But at that moment, the entire house crumbles in and then leaves this giant hole where there is just nothingness. This is just a portal to Old Fair now. No, there is no evidence of roots or what may have been here before. The kid is saved, and you now are just here. You barely survived. So,
like scrambling
things
for
up.
the artifact.
I light a cigarette and offer one to everybody again.
absolutely.
Kappa.
Flask out.
Kappa.
You see,
I take my one drive for taking the mark.
okay. You are met with the periphery who is keeping people away. There is Quentin who is there with a couple books and is just in shock, but rushing up to help each of you get out of this.
We called him.
And he just it's fine. Here, is everybody okay? And just like make sure that everyone is okay. He looks over to this artifact and says that'll be later. Let's bring it back. Okay. And then looks over to one of the periphery officers and says, we're good, right? Yeah, we're good. You are
I
all
hand the
able to
kid
leave
off. Yeah.
scot-free, leaving the kid, bringing the artifact back to your chapter house.
Oh.
Limp
And
off with the artifact.
Suck
one
it,
last
red
thing
hand.
Before we go, I pull a rabbit out of my hat and I give it.
Oh, that's so cute.
Amazing.
Stop it.
Adorable.
Amazing.
This is Flopsy.
Hi, Flopsy.
Oopsie.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
That's so cute.
with that, you are all safe for now
Bartholomew
until the
best
next
character.
assignment. The Circle of the Ouroboros didn't lose a member today, even though that was a very close call at the end there. And I didn't think that y'all were going to be able to bring that fucking gyroscope from the bottom of this lighthouse all the way up to the top. Like, that is absolutely insane. The only reason why I was like, yeah, no, because this thing was attached to the ground. This thing was going to be there for a while. And so trying to move it would have been impossible, except you use that forbidden ritual to then just detach everything.
Sever it.
And so I was like,
Well,
fuck it. I can't win here. That's what happens. Absolutely incredible. What,
Oh my God, and
what
two
a
of us have
game.
scars now.
I definitely need
Well,
a refresh.
I have a
I'm out
scar
of all
now,
my
yeah.
drives.
Yeah.
I also have a
I
scar.
want to know what kind of
figured out what
spoopy
mine is.
effects are on me
Yeah,
now
what,
because it's bleed.
What kind of scars do you want to take? Or if you want to postpone that to the next time that we play, that is totally fine as well. But Aemmaline, what does your scar look like?
I didn't have to move anything because it's an ability thing that I do. I called my scar Twisted Vines. Around her right wrist, there is at what first glance would look like a burn, but you know, like when you get a friction burn when you rub your hands too tight. I effectively kind of colored it like the vine wrapped around the wrist and just friction burned it, leaving like this like burned skin scar looking thing.
Okay. Serafina, what does your scar look like?
So bleed scars are a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
I think my scar, I see these different things that are like shifting appearance, body covered in mouths, ghost trapped in my body, like stuff like that. I think my scar might have something to do with roots. Maybe my presence makes plants grow a lot, which makes it difficult for me to hide.
That's cool. I love that.
That's wild.
That's a fucking awesome.
Because there's like a minus and a
bleed
plus
scar.
to each. So I'm thinking like it either affects my ability to hide or move.
Okay.
And maybe as a bonus to like my sense or
Yeah, you're more connected to that world of magic now that you've taken that scar.
More rooted in it.
More rooted.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. No. All right.
Cool,
well,
everybody.
Don't come back.
Well, we raised $45 for the Trevor Project, so that's great. Thanks for
Wait, hold on.
donating money.
Hold on.
Because
I was waiting until the end because I wanted to see how far we would get.
Okay, cool. Well, we raised X amount of money.
Raised money.
Whatever goes in there, which is great because that goes towards the Trevor Project, and it is a great charity that helps trans folks, kids specifically, deal with the, unfortunately, everyday shitty things that they have to go through in this hellscape that we call a world. But yeah, thank you everyone. And $100. Nice, we fucking did it.
Ew.
Thank you.
But before we go off, I want to go around the table and just introduce yourselves, where you are, where people can find you, and what you do if you'd like. Let's start with Craig.
Hi, I'm Craig, aka Craig of Inspiration, and I'm trying to help as many people as I can run better D&D and TTRPG games. You can find my blog at pointsofinspiration.com or most places around the net as Craig of Inspiration.
Awesome. Let's move on over to Becca.
Hello. I've been Becca. You can find me anywhere that I'm worth finding as cool armadillo, either with the 0 as a final low or not. Really depends on a case-by-case basis. Really, the only other thing I do is gonna end as of Friday. When the last episode of Ravenloft Misfits goes live on TalkingXP's YouTube.
Yeah.
And then
last episode.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But then, I mean, if other things you want to find me, you can just find me at becca-morgan.com. That's everything else that I do in my life.
Amazing. Moving on over to Magnus. Ryan.
Hi, I'm RunDMG. I make all sorts of memes and stuff on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. I also make some informative, funny videos. But yeah, I do a lot of stuff online, and my wife and I are just about to move into a new house, and my life is about to erupt in a maelstrom of stress and fatigue. So this is a nice little break before that. Also, find me on YouTube. I've been blowing up on YouTube recently, and I'm getting paid by YouTube now. So if you want to find me on YouTube, I really appreciate it. Cool. Take that money. I'm gonna need it for all these fucking mortgage payments.
Yep. All right, moving on over to Whitney.
Hi, I am Whitney, better known across the internet as Smoking Glue Guns. Do you like dice? Because I sell dice. I recently just put some dice on my shop. You can find them at smokingglueguns.com. But the more important thing that I want to talk to you about is if you tune in to twitch.tv/smokingglueguns at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday night, it will be the debut episode of The Veil of Atheum, which is a baby that I've been working on for like 4.5 months. And a bunch of my friends are going to be being very brave and letting me hurt them emotionally for a while. So yeah, come join us there or in person next weekend at NC Comic Con, where you can buy my dice in person.
Cool. Moving on over to Storydad.
Hi, I'm Storydad. I am the lead GM for Another World Tabletop. We run TTRPGs on the internet and tell funny stories. You can find us pretty well everywhere, all over under the handle Another World Tabletop, and you can also find me on Instagram as Storydad. I'm also going to be in Vale of Aethium. You should come watch it.
Woo! This Friday,
Yeah.
10 p.m. Eastern, you said?
10 p.m. Eastern. My whole
Hell
cast
yeah.
is West Coast.
Yep. And last but not least, Serafina, Mandii.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mandii, or the Mandii, all over the internet. I do TTRPG things and stuff of all varieties. I write for TTRPGs. I am a professional game master. Sorry, award-nominated professional game master. Yeah, I do the things and the stuff. I work with both Magi RPG, and I have my own channel here on Twitch where I also run games. A little game called Mistlost. You may or may not have heard of it. And that's me. So yeah, tune in tomorrow night and watch Mistlost.
Awesome. And I'm Jonny. I'm the GM of tonight's Candela game. I am part of a trio of Candela Obscura writers, Three Quills Publishing. We had published Blackout, which was the first episode of the Circle of the Ouroboros. It was amazing. Go back and watch it. Or if you would like to get a copy of Blackout, go check out Drive Through RPG. It's available there, as well as Good Bones is going to be part of a package of a bunch of different one-shots that you can string together into a campaign with a overarching BBEG. In the Candela Nomicon, there is going to be a link in the chat that can lead you directly to the Kickstarter page, which we haven't started just yet, but we are in the pre-launch phase right now. So go follow it. It's free, and it'll only tell you when we go live with the Kickstarter, so it's not going to inundate you with a bunch of emails. Yeah. Also, shout out to the other co-writers, which is Margot Mods Games, as well as Boss Jellybean, Janelle, and Andy. Wow, I blinked there. Andy and Janelle have been amazing writing partners and just project partners in this entire thing. So go check them out as well. Yeah. So thank you all so much for being here. It was an incredible game, and hopefully there is more. We'll see. All right. Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Bye.